Hello everyone, welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thanks for joining me. Happy Friday. We are doing live readings on the channel in preparation for this up and coming Pisces lunar eclipse on September 17th, 2024. Do me a favor, if you can see me, give me a thumbs up, like the stream, and make sure you click the subscription button below. Subscribe to the channel. That way you're alerted as to when we have new videos out. I'm here every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, trying to make sense of what's going on in the cosmos. So we are live today, September 13th, Friday. So if you guys are watching this late Friday night, Saturday, or Sunday, I am no longer live. I missed you. So please don't send any money to the PayPal or else you'll be refunded. If this is your first time watching one of the live readings for the eclipses, say hello in the chat. Let me know where you're watching or tuning in from, because these ones get a little wild. So I'm really excited to be here with you guys. If you guys would like to get a reading, the way to do that is there is a QR code right here. You can scan that QR code and that's going to take you to my PayPal. And we are going to be requesting that you guys, if you want to get a reading, you sign up sooner rather than later, because we have a ton of people that come in through here. There's already more than a dozen people who are already in the queue. We are charging $55 US for a reading. We're going to be focusing mainly on the eclipses. I'm going to be telling you guys how the incoming Pisces eclipse is impacting your chart. Unless you have another question, if you have another question, feel free to ask. We are also offering Synastry. So in order to get a reading, you have to make the donation. Please, please, please make sure that in the memo box you put your information. So we need to know the time, date, location of where you were born, and the exact time would be ideal. That way I can cast your chart and accurately give you some information. And feel free to put any questions or anything pertaining to that in the memo as well. And as always, we have limited spots available. So we're going to keep telling you guys that because we only have so much time, and we have a lot of people that generally want to get in and get eclipse readings. And we take our level 3 members first. So you guys may or may not know, I have memberships on my YouTube channel. I create long form content where I talk about what's going on with the astrology out in the world. We've been putting out some free webinars. We do eclipse reports, horoscopes, weekly reports, so much content. So if you guys like my work as a full-time content creator, you can support me by joining one of the 3 levels on my membership. Level 3 is going to include a reading like this once a month. I'm here every Friday, Friday evenings, generally 5 or 6 p.m. Pacific time, depending on where we are in our schedule, but we're here. And we always post the link on the community tab, usually the day before or the day of. So you get a tarot or astrology reading once a month with your level 3 membership. So big thank you to all of you guys who are members. I know we've got a lot of people who are here. So I just want to say hello to everybody. So let me see who's kind of in the chat. We got Stephanie here, Blue, Maggie, Christine, Jessica, Let Your Light Shine. What's up, Vanessa? Lisa's here, Rosary, Dorothy. Thanks, Dorothy. Take Me to the Pines is here. What's going on? Adrian, who else do we have? Janae, Contessa. I missed the memo on PayPal. Unless you're a level 3 member. If you're a level 3 member, then just put the info. You can put it in the chat and we'll take you. We still have readings open, and if you guys are new to this, this is how it works. So we take the level 3 people first. Once they're done, I'm going to move on to the queue of people who have bought readings. You'll hear me calling off names. I love you guys so much. I know everybody wants to get their reading, but I can't stop every reading and give you guys a heads up because it kind of throws me off. So every so often I'll break and I'll let you know who else we have. I run through the laundry list of everybody who is paid right when we get started. So I will give all the names out. If you hear your name, that means that I've got your payment, or if you're a level 3 member, I've got your question. And I already put a bunch of the charts in, so we shouldn't have to break too much. And we'll let you know when we're calling last call. When we call last call, that means after that window, we will not be taking any more readings for the evening. If you just want to hang out and chill with us on Friday, that's cool too. Lots of people like to come in and they like to see what the readings are like. This is kind of meant to mimic what it would be like to get a reading with me. And it's a fun way to learn as well. So if you're just hanging out, that's okay too. Want to remind everybody a couple things. One is we have a webinar, an eclipse webinar that is on sale right now. So I did like a 4-hour video a couple weeks ago for the eclipses, where I go way more in depth than I do on YouTube. I go into the 12 rising signs. I do tarot for the 12 rising signs, along with I talk about what the eclipse is going to be bringing you and what to expect. Then we break down the lunar eclipse in Pisces and the solar eclipse in Libra. All kinds of stuff I can't say on YouTube. So if you guys are interested in checking that out, you can find that probably in the links below. We'll also probably put it at some point in the chat. You guys can pick that up if you'd like. And I'm cooking up some other stuff right now. I'm working on like a Mars retrograde video, stuff also for some of the major ingresses next year. We know that Pluto, Saturn, and Uranus are all changing signs. So I'm definitely doing like a 2025 and beyond video. So if you guys like my work, subscribe, and also consider heading over to my website at beyondtheveiledtarot.com. You can sign up for my newsletter. I let you guys know when I have new courses, new products, new webinars. All of the 2025 astrology calendars and stuff are going to be dropping probably in the next couple of months as well. So we'll get that out for you guys. Also, there's lots of goodies like candles and calendars, and also available sessions for me one-on-one if you want a private reading. Okay. So if you hear your name, that means I already have you. So when I look at my list for my level 3 people, I've got Stephanie, Blue, Christine, Jessica Solis, Let Your Light Shine, Lisa, and Rosary. So are there any other level 3 people that want to get in there and get a reading? Contessa, I'll add you to my list. Let's see. You are April 11th, 74. And that was Watertown. 3:30 p.m. Thank you. And if whoever gets a reading, if you guys don't give me like a question, I'm going to talk about the eclipse. So just make sure that you put that information there. When should I move between now and next year? Okay. Got it. All right. So those are the level 3 people. For everybody else, let me pull up my PayPal and see who I've got. Sorry guys, you know, PayPal always drives me crazy when I do my lives. It takes forever to update, so I apologize. Let's see, so we've got, who's this? Who is this? Crownus? I can't, Crownest LLC. Who is that? Crow, Aphrodite, and then Katie. Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure I know who's who. Okay. So this is who I have for the queue. Abby, Brooke, Tanya, Amanda, Vanessa, Tiana, Crow's Nest, Aphrodite, and Katie. Okay, so if you heard your name, I have you. Like I said, we'll leave the queue open for a little bit. Scan the QR code if you want to get a reading. But we're going to start first with Stephanie, and then Blue, Christine, and Jessica. You guys are all on deck, all right? Okay, so let's go ahead and take the level 3 people. What's up, Stephanie? She says, I'm cashing in. Speaking of Pisces moon themes, how do you interpret my progressed moon going into Pisces? Currently an Aquarius moon conjunct natal Saturn. I want to cry, but I can't anymore. Is this why I'm not feeling optimistic about my future? 8th house matters are intense and hard. All right, well, let's take a look. So we've talked a little bit about what's been happening in your chart with Pluto returning back to 28 degrees. So that retrograde Pluto right over your IC is squaring your ascendant and your descendant, and that's enough to make anybody cry, right? But Stephanie's asking questions about her progressed chart. So let's look at that. And sometimes we do progressions in here, sometimes we don't. But progressions move slowly over time. I'm looking at her secondary progressions. And so the progressed moon will change signs roughly every 2 years. And it'll give me some insight as to where there are some things happening in a person's life that you may not necessarily see through the natal chart. So she's a progressed Scorpio rising, and she's got her progressed moon in Aquarius conjunct Saturn. There's a couple things going on here. One is there has been a process that's been kind of unfolding over time over the last couple of months. Obviously, since the moon came into a square with Pluto, so since February of this year, Pluto is the chart ruler for this, and it's at 22 degrees, right on the ascendant. So it represents like really sometimes painful, challenging kind of growing up that happens, or developing personal power, getting in touch with, what you need to be working on. So just the moon square Pluto in a progress chart would be enough to be like, wow, I'm going through like a major emotional purge. But you factor that with the moon also in a square to the ascendant. This was the first like real challenge in my mind looking at this chart. You're also in the dismantling phase now. You just came out of a full moon in Aquarius prior to that. So the moon in this chart rules the 9th, which is about your faith, philosophy, belief, education. And obviously now it's coming into conjunction with Saturn. So whenever a progressed moon makes contact with an outer planet, you want to take a look at not only what house is it happening in, but also you want to look at like the degrees. So 28, 29 degrees is the final degrees of Aquarius. There's some kind of critical turning point. To me, it looks like with the conjunction to Saturn, it activated your 3rd house, and it's about communication and difficult conversations with siblings or with family members, or difficult home or emotional situations where Moon Saturn makes us feel stuck or makes us feel trapped, right? So the good news is that now that your progressed moon is about to shift, I actually feel like it's going to ease up a lot in this chart. I remember the last couple of times, it happens like every 2 years, but the last couple of times that I had progressed moon at 29 degrees, I felt like a crazy person. I'm like, what is going on? And when the progressed angles or planets change signs, when they switch signs, there's a very significant vibe change that happens. So right now it's at 29. In this next month, it's going to move into a Pisces moon, which is a lot friendlier for a water rising chart. So it looks like that progressed moon change is actually going to be happening closer to the 22nd of September. Okay, so then from the next 2 years, your progressed moon is going to be in Pisces. You can listen to Pisces horoscopes or Scorpio horoscopes. They may resonate with your progressed chart. And what this is going to do is it's going to kind of activate your Jupiter, right? So your progressed Jupiter in the 11th. As the moon goes through Pisces, it's not in conjunction to Saturn, because Saturn is going to be several degrees ahead, so you don't have to worry about transiting Saturn. It's immediately going to come into your 4th house, where the moon is comfortable and it's at home. It could represent a lot more peace revolving around your emotions, your home, your family. It is a changeable sign, it's mutable, so it can mean that there's some change on the home front that can be happening. And then the moon is going to start coming into a trine with Venus. So that's going to be happening in December. The moon's on the IC, which makes us feel really raw and emotional and kind of vulnerable. But it's making a trine to your 7th house. So it means that you'll feel like you have more support in relationships, clients. Maybe you'll feel like things are kind of getting better even with finances and with money. And the moon will continue for 2 years through this part of the sky, and it'll be trining eventually your ascendant and Pluto. Probably the biggest aspect that you're going to get, though, is the trine to Venus, because you're not going to see for about 1.5 years trines to your ascendant or trines to your Mercury. I think things will get easier. That's what I think. Especially with Jupiter being the dispositor, it looks like you may have more support from friends emotionally. There may be opportunities to live with other people or have roommates. And also it looks like it can really be enhancing your relationship opportunities with the trine to Venus in your 8th house. When I look at charts, sometimes I like to compare, and it sounds like you were asking questions about that. I'll put the progress chart over the natal. So she's a natal Libra rising with a sun in Cancer, moon in Capricorn. And if you notice in your progressions, the progressed moon was going through the 4th, but in your natal chart, it's kind of overlaying into your 5th house, which can be about romance, creativity, dating, self-expression, self-employment. So it looks like that's going to be some of the themes. Now, you know, some would say progressed moon in the 4th, at some point maybe a home change, but the overlay with the 5th may indicate that you're doing some kind of creative work from home, or maybe you decide that you want to start a home-based business. There can also be opportunities to be cohabitating and like living with a romantic partner in the process of that. So that can definitely happen. Let's see what else. And the progressed moon is going to start coming into a trine with your natal sun. So you'll kind of reap the benefits of that, you know, in 2026, end of 2025, beginning of 2026. Yeah. And that's going to be a time where you're also going to see more growth, especially revolving around, you know, being optimistic about some of your creative endeavors. And it'll also make an opposition to your natal Mars, which is your 7th house lord. And that makes me feel like you're going to be more focused on your own happiness, your own creative process, not maybe as consumed with what's going on with other people or friends, or maybe even like relationships to an extent. And all of this is sextiling your natal Capricorn placements. So I think it's going to be a much easier move in my mind, you know. Been really difficult with anybody who's got cardinal 28, 29 degrees. So the squares that you've been experiencing really bring up a lot of emotional turmoil, making it difficult for you to kind of relate to yourself and also to other people. Not to mention the fact that you still have Uranus currently in conjunction to your chart ruler. So that's the other thing that's been happening. You know, Uranus conjunct Venus, it makes you feel sometimes fit to be tied, and it can mean that you're going through a personal process, evolution change. It can be appearance change. It can be how you communicate, you relate to other people. But it's retrograding back off of that right now. So that brings a lot of change for you as well. And, you know, I've said this before, you're a Libra rising, but you're going through some of the same transits as a Scorpio rising. With Jupiter in your 8th, it definitely does highlight, hey, something has to change. And this need for more depth or more support, more vulnerability, more intimacy in relationships, you know, more access to financial support and joint resources. That's something that kind of comes up for you too. And then you top it all off with Mars coming into conjunction with your sun. And there's definitely this sense of like, I want to break free, you know. But I do think that, you know, Scorpio season is going to be a lot easier for you with this chart, because at least you're going to be reaping some of the benefits of some of the water trines. It's going to kind of ease up a little bit. And you've only got Pluto in Capricorn really until about the 3rd week of November. And then Pluto is going to come back into Aquarius. And you will have Pluto go over your IC. So there's definitely added to security, stability, financial related things coming up in regards to your home and your living situation, and something that needs to kind of change or evolve, right? But yeah, it'll be nice to get progressed Saturn and progressed moon in separation. And I would just say right now, you know, that progressed moon conjunct Saturn, it's bringing up your interceptions that you have in the 3rd of all the things that you want to say, that you think about, but it feels challenging to kind of get the point across. Or it's trying to incentivize you to create more or find ways to be able to promote your business or your services, and doing that like online or doing that through websites or social media. That could very much be activating your Saturn that's intercepted. At least it's trining your ascendant, right? And also, you know, I think with the eclipses coming through, a lot of Libra risings are like, I'm just ready to be done with this thing, you know, I'm ready to kind of complete something. And you'll see that when the eclipse comes through in early October, technically in your 12th house, very close to your Jupiter. So it's going to be prompting some kind of breakthrough that you're going to have creatively, emotionally, or in regards to some unexpected romantic opportunities. Hopefully that's helpful for you. What's up, Enchanted? I can add you. I did not see your question, but that's not unusual because it's pretty common for whatever reason. that the chat goes missing. Thanks, Maya. All right, I'll give you guys a heads up for the roll call in a couple readings. I just did it not too long ago, but if you paid, we haven't called last call quite yet, so if you paid, then we've got you. All right, so we've also got Blue, and then Christine, Jessica, you guys are all on deck. All right, so this is for Blue. Let's see. Started my 6-month hiatus from nursing on the 30th in Mexico to rest and work on my Etsy magical oil shop launch on the 17th of September. May I have an overall energy for the eclipse? You got it. That's so cool. I was just talking about that on one of my videos. I was like, this is a really good eclipse for like blending oils and making oils because, you know, that's very Pisces. All right, so we've got this Pisces eclipse coming in for Blue. And they are 29 degrees Cancer rising, Sun in Aquarius, and the moon is in Gemini. What's up, Nick? So they're asking about the eclipse. Well, first of all, I guess I should just say this like blanket statement because I know we have a lot of people watching and I don't want to feel like I'm repeating myself. These eclipses, you don't have to wait for the eclipse for some of this stuff to happen. Some of you guys are already feeling it. Some of you guys will feel it over the next 2 weeks before we come into the solar eclipse in Libra. Some of you guys are going to really be caught off guard by this because I have a hunch that because there are so many things that are going to come up in March and April of 2025, we may have this eclipse and some people might be like, I don't notice the difference. Nothing happened, you know, like nothing's changing. And usually we see like everybody feeling like their face is melting off during eclipses. People are all shaken up. But because the moon is conjunct Saturn and Neptune, and because we will see like Saturn conjunct this eclipse degree, we'll see the North Node conjunct it, we'll see Mercury and Venus retrograde over it. Spring of 2025, I'm going to tell all of you guys, this one I think is going to take us by surprise. I really, really feel like that's what's going to happen. So yeah, don't be surprised if it takes about 6 months for some of this stuff to unfold. Okay, not at all, not in all terrible ways, but yes. Okay. So the eclipse for you is in the 9th house, which is so perfect because she's like, hi, I'm hiding away in Mexico to rest and create. So the eclipse in the 9th house is, you know, being in a foreign place, or it's about traveling somewhere, learning. It could be about teaching. It could be about promoting, marketing. It's really about expanding your belief and your philosophy revolving around life in general. The moon is feminine, so it does represent intuition, your emotions, your home, and like some big conclusion, basically, with a full moon lunar eclipse. So you guys want to think about what was happening in March of 2024, 6 months ago, because that was a new moon that was in Pisces that planted a seed that is now becoming an eclipse. And just heads up, I've looked at all the eclipses. I'm sure other astrologers have said this too. We will not have a single solar eclipse in Pisces. They will all be lunar eclipses. Every single 6 months, it'll be a lunar eclipse. So with that being said, North Node is the destiny where we're going. Eclipses that are lunar are emotional, spiritual, and kind of harder to predict. And then when you look at the eclipses that are going to be with Saturn, there's karma involved, or working through blockages, or where we're feeling limited or heavy emotions. And then Neptune, where it's about like getting in contact or getting in touch with the divine. So every single lunar eclipse in Pisces, I think, is going to be extra emotional and very much about connectedness and about inspiration and our vision and staying grounded, friends. That's really what this is all about. So what I love about this eclipse for you is it is freaking rocking your chart in like all of the best ways. It's trining your ascendant, so it's helping you kind of tap into what you need to do to feel like safe and secure. Simultaneously, it is also sextiling your descendant, opening the door to relationships, partnerships, your marketplace. So, hey, here's what I have to offer, these magical things, right? And stuff that you've been working on behind the scenes because of Mercury being right along your descendant. I love that. And also, this is a trine to your natal Mars in the 5th house of what you create. And Mars in Scorpio is like potions and things like that, as is Pisces. But pretty great aspects. It's going to square your moon, which I think is really interesting because the moon is your chart ruler. So obviously Cancers, Cancer risings, you guys are going to feel eclipses and full moons, I think, a little bit more so intensely than some of the other signs. But a square to your moon is basically just putting the pressure, I think, with Jupiter there, saying, you know, I'm ready to come out with it and show a group of people what I have. I'm ready to put something on the internet. I'm ready to talk about it, you know? And it may be, you may feel more emotional than usual. Could there be a little bit of stuff going on where you're feeling the pressure of maintaining your production schedule and promoting things while simultaneously trying to socialize and kind of connect with other people? Yes, I definitely think so. So there might be like a lot of having to kind of mix and mingle and kind of cross-pollinate and kind of promote some of the things that you're doing. Obviously, with the opposition to the Sun Mercury in the 3rd is more about media, communications, websites, you know, talking to people. And then the 9th house is like, okay, this is what I'm teaching. So there's like a teaching aspect that goes hand in hand with some of the promotional things that you're going to be doing, right? What's up, Stephanie? I just finished your reading. So I don't know if you can scroll back in the live, but I just did it. She said, yep, I canceled an event tomorrow so I can work a party. See, there you go. So it's like the pressure of Jupiter being like, we want to see you, we want to do more, you know? And it's like, well, I'm trying to weigh my options. Something that may come up with an eclipse in the 9th house is like changes to your schedule, or not your schedule, but your travel plans. So maybe you were like, I'm going there, I was going to be there for a period of time. I'm not sure when I'm coming back. It really depends on how things go. So there can be some changes or flexibility happening with your travel plans. We want to be fluid. We want to kind of go with the flow. And that's what's challenging, is that the North Node is not in Pisces yet. So a lot of us are going to be kind of discombobulated because we've been so used to all this Aries energy, which is like direct, quick, fast, in your face, you know? And Pisces is not like that. So when this eclipse comes in, people are going to be like kind of spaced out, or they're going to be like, I don't know, I'll see when I feel like traveling back home, or we'll see what pans out or what happens, you know? And it's in such a polar contrast to that Virgo energy, which is like, okay, we have to have a plan, let's get it together. So maybe you're navigating your travels in a more intuitive way, or maybe you're really vibing out where you're at and you're like, maybe I stay here for a little bit longer, you know? But I think it's really great for like marketing and like promoting some of the stuff that you're doing. And it may potentially be kind of forecasting and showing to you, hey, I like the way I'm working. I like the fact that I took a break and I went to a foreign country and I'm doing some stuff and I'm getting it together. And if it ends up being a success, maybe you start doing that more frequently, you know, traveling and going places where you're going to feel inspired or supported while you kind of do the work that you do. And I think that might actually happen. I think you'll probably see that with the Mars retrograde, maybe, you know, later in the year. That might promote you kind of being like, oh, I'm going to be, you know, taking a break again and traveling to another place. She said, yep, traveling to Boston and then Jamaica and then back here. See, so the eclipses you don't have to wait for the eclipse to happen to see how the eclipse stuff is going to be impacting you. I would just say, be mindful of how you're navigating your social commitments and schedules and things that you're kind of committing to, because it seems like Saturn is saying, hold up, we got some travel plans, so we can't always be everywhere at one place. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I hope that that's helpful for you. Lots of good vibes for your launch. You'll have to send me a DM on Instagram. I want to see what you're working with. I hope it goes well. All right, so we've got Christine. What's up, Christine? What's up, Sonia? How's it going? Hopefully, Stephanie, you're able to get your reading. I promise you I did it. I kind of switched up on you guys. I film on Mondays and Fridays, so if I get done early, I'm like, let's just get the show on the road, because sometimes these go so long. So I appreciate you guys coming early. All right, Christine says, cashing in. The new moon in Virgo hit some stuff in my chart. What do you think? Was it a good time to manifest more money, or no, with Saturn in Pisces? I think this is you, 726. Yeah. So she's asking about the new moon in Virgo. So let's go back in time. All right. So for you, Christine, Jupiter rules your second house of money. And I think this concept of manifesting money, bringing in more, is primarily because, well, two things. One is you got Jupiter in your 8th house, so you're wanting to generate more, maybe setting intentions, manifesting, doing some like ritual stuff, anything like that. I think, Jupiter coming into conjunction with Venus is also like bringing in more generosity, right? The challenge is that this year, Saturn is in a square to Jupiter. So technically, because you're a mid-Scorpio rising, Saturn's in your 4th house of home and emotions and living situations. So there can be this sense of like holding back before you move to a bigger apartment, or holding back before you get a mortgage, or before you move, or anything like that. Like you're being cautious when it comes to like home stuff or emotional stuff or taking risks or gambling, because it's your whole sign 5th. So you're being really cautious when it comes to, even if money comes in, am I going to be paying off debt? Am I going to be investing it? Am I going to be saving it? Personally, between Saturn square Neptune, where sometimes when people have natal Neptune in the 2nd house, could they make money connected to health and wellness or music or art or performance? Any of those things? Sure, you could. But you've got Venus in opposition to Neptune. So that means when it comes to some of your resources, there is like a sense of being like, I really think I could make money this way. And then it's like, well, does it play out that way? Or I really think I'm in love with this person. And it's like, well, who are they who I thought they were, right? Venus in opposition to Neptune. Makes you really creative, makes you really sensitive, really empathic. But it's hard to grasp and get a hold of resources or relationships with that opposition. So what's happening right now with Saturn in a square and an opposition to your natal Jupiter and Saturn is, you've got a grand mutable cross, which means there's 4 working parts in your chart that's going on right now that's trying to get you to work something out. Honestly, Saturn in opposition to Saturn, this is your 14 years since your Saturn's return. And if you look at your chart, you've got Saturn in Virgo in the 10th conjunct Jupiter. So you've experienced expansion and contraction at work, or, maybe you have been a manager or a leader, or maybe you have worked once again in the healthcare field or the service industry. I don't know what you do. But now you're looking at things going like, okay, have I been super focused and consumed on working and just having a job? Have I lacked sometimes the direction or the awareness of, well, do I like the way I'm making money? Am I making enough? Is this good for my emotional health? Am I working too much or not paying attention to what's going on in my home life? Do I have the time and the resources to feel safe and secure? So the Saturn opposition in itself is like a reckoning, And sometimes with the Saturn opposition, like if you've been doing your work, things go beautifully, right? So you have to kind of gauge how things are going on right now. Anyway, this new moon that we had in Virgo was right on top of your Jupiter. So I don't know if you knew that, or if you were just like, I feel like doing some, abundance intention setting or some money magic. But when you have a new moon on top of your 2nd house Lord, generally, yeah, you feel like bringing in more resources. So I don't think it was necessarily bad. But I do feel like it was really driving home this Saturn opposition transit that you're experiencing that. And it's kind of like, I'm setting new intentions for more resources, but it's not just like, oh, money's going to fall out of the sky, right? It's trying to get you to get real, get clear, right, Virgo, in regards to your goals and where you can bring more in. How maybe there's ways for you to be able to do this creatively or at home, or maybe get involved in something that you can be doing that's kind of like closer to home or even like part-time. I think that unless there is a really strong positive transit influencing your sun, and obviously Pluto's coming into an opposition, Mars will go retrograde over your sun as a Scorpio rising. Likely you are going to see sometime from December of 2024 to the spring of 2025, you're going to have some kind of job change. Because Mars is your chart ruler, it'll retrograde over your sun, which is at a 4, which means you're going to be like, oh, I found a way to make money from home, or I'm getting involved in real estate, or I'm managing properties, or, I've started a business from home, or I found a better paying position that I can do remotely. Something like that's going to come up. And then you'll start having these South Node eclipses in Virgo in the spring in your 10th house. Anyway, so that was like the long-winded way of saying, yes, it was a decent time to do it, but you have to take into consideration that the square to Neptune says, get real about how you're spending money and what you need. Try to look for ways to be able to do this where you're grounded on the home front or closer to home, or where you feel more emotionally invested in what you're doing. And the squares to Jupiter is just basically saying, like, it's about asking for more, right? Asking for a higher salary, better benefits, more support from other people. That Jupiter in your 7th house coming into conjunction with Venus, which it's going to station retrograde around 21 degrees, so you're going to start to feel the effects of it, should bring more generosity from like a client-based business, or from, you know, romantic partners, or if you're in a committed relationship, that can happen too, where it's like, you know, if you meet somebody and somebody's like, hey, you know, I want to help pay for your bills, or move in with me, or like, let's be together. You're self-employed. Okay, so it's going to be good for clients then. So Jupiter being in your 8th house. I mean, for me, Jupiter goes through my 8th house, I'm raising my prices. Sorry, guys, but you know, that's what happened for me the last 2 years. Jupiter went through my 8th house, and I was like, I am not getting paid enough for the amount of work that I'm doing. And you know, that's what happens when you have a Jupiter transit in the 8th, because it's about exchange. And what's interesting is that there can be the sense of being like, well, you know, I don't know if people are going to pay that with the oppositions to Neptune, or I don't know if people can afford that, or maybe there's a sense of like working with people. You'll find, especially in the spring of next year, that there is going to be this new branch of the type of work that you're doing, other creative stuff that's going to start coming out, that I think that you're either going to invest more time in, or it's going to be much more fulfilling, and you're going to be like, this is worth more. And then you're going to be charging more. I'm a graphic designer, creative work. I've been raising prices a bit. I feel like I don't get paid enough sometimes. That's the opposition in a square. But you're going to find that 6 months from now, right, that when this new moon in Virgo, I'm sure you knew, it'll become an eclipse. So it'll become an eclipse here in March 14th, 2025. And that'll be in conjunction to your Saturn. So it's like, well, did you do the work to make sure that, you know, you're really charging your worth? Have you done the 3rd house stuff where there's promotion on social media, there's new websites, you have also maybe contractual agreements with clients where you're like, look, if you want me to do this work, you either going to pay me up front, here's the fee, or I'm going to take a deposit. When the work is completed, I'll show you the proofs, you pay me. To me, this is screaming, you need to have a contractual agreement, or there needs to be something where you're making sure that you're not getting screwed. Or I could see Saturn in the 3rd house as being like, I've got a ton of stuff that I've created, and maybe you decide that you want to sell stock stuff, right? Maybe you decide that you want to go on Etsy and be like, I've created all of these sheets and all of these, you know, things for people to be able to buy. And maybe you're just making passive residual income that's coming from stuff that you're just uploading, and it's like in a digital format. Yeah, you got Saturn everywhere, but Saturn is conjunct Jupiter trine your moon. She says, I sell online. So I would be trying to create more. And honestly, Jupiter conjunct Saturn, I don't know what you create, but I'm just going to put this out there. People will want, because you've got the Venus square, what people are going to want is they're going to want organizational stuff. Like if you're somebody who can go and create shopping lists, if you can go and create cute notepads, if you can go and create reminders, calendars, things to track goals, things to track resources, productivity, anything like that, because you've got Jupiter and Saturn there trying your moon, people will want those things, right? They will want those things. And your moon rules the 9th house, which could be about illustration and people who are going to be actually like seeking illustrators for books and things that they're going to want to have designed. So I would be trying to diversify into those areas over like the next 6 months, especially with Pluto that is still trining some of the stuff that's kind of in your 10th house there. But yeah, those South Node eclipses, they're coming. So the big kind of show is going to be around this eclipse in March. And I think you could definitely do a lot more there. You're welcome, Stephanie. Hopefully that was helpful for you, Christine. Good eye on picking Jupiter new moon to set some intentions for money. Well done. All right, so we are going to have Jessica, and then Let Your Light Shine, and then Lisa. What's up, Jessica? How's it going? All right, so let's see what Jessica says. Cashing in. What is coming towards me in general? Uranus crossing my descendant has been wild. Foreign lovers entering in and out, trying to improve finances. I kept telling you, I was like, if you have your descendant at 27, there's going to be like a man buffet. They will be coming 2 at a time. Jupiter on your moon too. That's doing it too. Jupiter on your moon. So what's coming towards you? You know, obviously I'm always going to look at Mars and Pluto. All right. I think there's been lots of romantic opportunities because also your chart ruler Mars has been in conjunction to Jupiter. So it's been bringing in lots of opportunity in the romance department. And you've got transit Jupiter on your moon. That's the foreign people. So it would be your 8th house. It would be your whole sign 9th house, which is foreigners. And Jupiter can be a foreigner too. And romantic kind of connections and partners and options is on your moon. So that's going to continue. That's not going to slow down. You will see Jupiter retrograde soon, but it's still going to hover around there for like a couple of weeks. I think probably what I would pay attention to the most is the fact that you're getting ready to have Mars go through Cancer, and it's going to be opposing all your Capricorn, right? So we've talked about how you have all this Capricorn intercepted, and it's essentially kind of a blind spot for you sometimes. And so the 2nd house can be money, resources, possession, personal spending, all that stuff. Oppositions are relational. So it means there's going to be stuff coming outside of you or other people who are going to be impacting you. And Mars is going to spend most of the transit, even when it's retrograde, going through your 8th house, right? So right now you've been in Mars opposed Mars, which can cause a good kind of chemistry friction with other people. But the 8th house is about intimacy, sex, joint resources, money owed, debt, access to other people's stuff. So Mars in opposition to Mars, you can feel a little frustrated, but it can be good for chemistry. And then when Mars comes into opposition with Uranus, that can cause some unexpected changes with relationships. It's at a 7. Or your relationship to a bank, or your relationship to a possession, your relationship to a friend. That's going to be on the 16th. And then you're going to see Mars in opposition to Neptune. And that's going to be around here, the 27th. And that can be a back and forth with a relationship. Also, foreigners and communication stuff. Like, I feel like, are you using an app that you wouldn't usually use to either talk to people or meet people? Is there some language barriers that are going on here? I'm thinking like intercepted 3rd house. Are you meeting people and then are they traveling? Are they on different time zones? That stuff can be kind of coming up. But even in the midst of the opposition transits where something at a distance or a little bit of back and forth almost makes like the heart grow fonder, Mars is going to trine Saturn, which can be really good for emotional stability, for making some kind of headway in relationships and romance. Like it can be kind of stabilizing some stuff. And Mars is going to get into shadow when it hits about 17 degrees. So once we get to the beginning of October, Mars is now going through some of the territory which it will retrograde back through. So this is going to be a time where you really want to pay attention, especially as a Scorpio rising, because this is your chart ruler. So if Mars rules you, and it also rules your 5th house of romance, it means that there's a situation that's being set up where maybe there's a bit of a back and forth between you and another person, and you're like, are we doing this or not? And it looks like right when it happens, it's starting to oppose your Saturn, Venus, Mercury, which I think is going to be about you in October being very direct and forthcoming with relationships and partners or people that you're kind of getting to meet. And you're like, this is what I am and not okay with. These are my boundaries, or these are my values, or this is what I want. And kind of laying that groundwork. She said, looking for romantic daddy baby. So I'm not mad at it. I think the trines to your Pluto and your ascendant, and also the transit, planets in Pisces, I think are going to be fine. So much of Mars going through Cancer for Scorpio risings is going to give opportunity for travel, connecting, with people who might be culturally different. Jupiter in the 8th wants a lot of intimacy, and it wants to go deep, and it wants to have a lot of depth in relationships with other people. Uranus still has to come back into your 7th house. And so the third hit is going to come, you know, closer to, I would assume, the beginning of next year. Yeah, so it's going to be kind of creeping back in there May, June, and then you're done. You know, Uranus will retrograde, but it's not gonna leave your 7th house again. So that's going to be like the grand finale. I'm super excited for Scorpio risings, Scorpio and Scorpio risings, because you guys are going to be having the Pisces eclipse in your whole sign 5th house. So for you, it's in the 4th, but still it's emotions revolving around relationships and partnerships and kind of showcasing where, you know, you can kind of believe in love again, or that there can be all kinds of romantic opportunities. And like the 5th house Pisces is like going to bars, going to shows, going to theater, going to concerts, like places where there's romance and like there's some like really good vibes in the atmosphere that you can really enjoy yourself. Like I feel like this is the time where you want to go to like those dark romantic dinners, or, you know, go and do drinks like late at night and meet people. And you might be feeling like a little bit more like kind of whimsical in the way that you're dressing and the way that you're styling, because that's all flowing into your ascendant. So you're like, I can change something about myself, or I can, you know, put on an outfit or something that's going to make me feel like I'm playing like a role, and kind of like, yeah, romanticize the idea of your life. And that when you start thinking that way and kind of seeing things differently, it's going to bring in lots of other like opportunities. She said, I got options and this is wild, never happened before. So it's more like I'll meet someone now. No, I mean, it's there. You could meet somebody now. Usually I would say there's got to be aspects going on to your 7th house Lord, and Uranus is trining it. Neptune is sextiling it, Mars is opposing it. So there's lots of aspects going on. But the Mars retrograde, the Mars-Venus aspects are going to be very interesting, because Mars will retrograde back and oppose your Venus. So there can be some back and forth with somebody kind of like in October. It can come up again in February, and then it kind of gets settled out in March. And I feel like it could be just back and forth in terms of communication if somebody's traveling, or, you know, you trying to kind of adjust to dating, you know, one particular person, and maybe there's like a lot of cultural differences or even like language barriers in getting to know each other if you have interceptions in your 3rd house, Capricorn. But man, buffet. It's such a, if you have a 7th house moon, you have a Jupiter transit, it's like chef's kiss. Like so many men show up. It's glorious. So enjoy that transit. All right, so we're gonna talk to Let Your Light Shine, and then we have Lisa who wants some synastry. We have Rosary, and we have Contessa, and also I have Enchanted Crossroads. I have you here. You're added onto my list. Readings are now closed. Sorry, guys, but you can still hang out and you can watch, or I can catch you guys next week for tarot. All right, so let's see. We've got Let Your Light Shine. Don't worry, I'll do an updated list in just a second for those of you guys who paid. I've got you, Contessa, don't worry. All right, let's see. So Let Your Light Shine is up at the top. Cashing in for progressed moon. Seems to be in Pisces, if I'm not mistaken. Heartbroken and financially broken. All right, let's see what's going on. So you have Pisces ascendant, moon in Libra, sun in Cancer. All right, so what's going on? So you've got the eclipse coming on your ascendant. You have got, where's Jupiter? Jupiter is conjunct your Mercury. So, my dear, it seems like there's a lot of stuff going on that's been happening recently with Jupiter in your 4th house, squaring Saturn and also squaring your 7th. So, more emotional, lots of changes that can be happening for you privately, behind the scenes in your own life, especially in regards to your home and your living situation, and feeling some sense of loss or separation, right, going on between like you and another person, because the 7th house is being highlighted here. In theory, right, you know, the eclipse is setting you up just in your natal chart. It's just setting you up to be like, okay, I'm going my own way in a situation. And I would say this to any Pisces rising, to be honest with you. It's the preparation for the North Node to go through your 1st house for the next 2 years. Go and talk to any Aries rising, right? If there's any Aries risings in the chat, tell them what it's been like. It's been like self-preservation 101, right? Putting your oxygen mask on first, and everybody else kind of comes second. So with the North Node in your first house, you know, the eclipse is bringing up emotions and feelings revolving around, okay, I feel like I'm on my own. And it's an emotional sign. Saturn is there, so we feel some sense of limitation or separation or restrictions, especially from our goals or groups of people. And then the connection to Neptune is where you're like, I feel like I'm in a fishbowl, you know, like I can't connect with other people, or like no matter what I do, I still can feel lonely. But when I think of Saturn and Neptune in the first house, it's about getting to a point where you're really so focused on your emotions that you realize and you recognize that you need better boundaries with other people, or that you need to be holding firm with what's best for you or your emotions or your body, and your goals, and like not taking any crap from people. Saturn can hold the line, but Neptune dissolves. So I have found with a lot of Pisces risings, you guys have your good days and your bad days. There are days that you're like, I can do this, I've got this, I'm in routine. And then you start to kind of fall off a little bit, and then Neptune creeps in and you're like binge drinking, watching Netflix and oversleeping. And like, that's the nature of the beast of those two planets in your sign. The good news is that the eclipse is opening you up and making you realize, okay, these emotions are coming up for a reason. You know, either something from the past isn't making me feel good, or something in regards to a relationship dynamic or not feeling supported in some capacity is bringing these feelings up. You got to get yourself in water, okay? If you're a Pisces rising, swimming, soaking, baths, anything revolving around soaking your feet, foot reflexology, pedicures, you know, massage, aromatherapy, like these are things that you want to be focusing on right now. That's what's going to help you. She says, I'm definitely being more blunt with people. Okay, good. The other thing that I think about is that, you know, Jupiter is the T-square. So it's saying it's bringing out some emotions or some positive changes in regards to your home or your living situation. That's really beneficial. Triangle your Libra, but you're also going to have a October eclipse that's going to be right on top of your Mars in Libra in the 8th house. So it's bringing up karma and things revolving around Mars and Saturn, you know, whether or not you're getting enough support, or if you're getting enough money, or if people are being true to you, if they're committed to you. It's a lot of other people's stuff that you're going to see that's going to be coming out. And with both of the eclipses, both the Pisces eclipse, it quincunxes Venus in your 8th. And then we're going to see the Libra eclipse that's going to quincunx Saturn. So it almost looks like you're kind of going like, I'm going to shake people out, you know, I'm going to expose other people, or I'm going to call people out on their stuff. And if it's toxic, or if it's not good for me, or if it's not healthy for me emotionally or in relationships, you're going to be like, done, you know? And that's what's coming up. And unfortunately, with the Saturn and Neptune in your first house, your circle, it'll get a little smaller. Right? But it's almost like it's better to have 4 quarters and 100 pennies. Like you want to have very few good people around you and not have to worry about how their energy, their karma, their whatever, because you have Saturn, Moon, Mars in your 8th, is impacting you. And that could be their financial issues, their relationship problems, their indecisiveness, whatever. That impacts you if it's in your 8th house. Anyway, sounds like you said you have your progressed Moon in Pisces. So this is cool that people are looking at this stuff. This makes me happy, because we should be looking at our progressions. So it looks to me like your progressed moon, depends on which one you're looking at. I use secondary progression. So were you looking at solar arc? I'm going to assume, because it's not your secondary. Yeah, no. So I don't know what system you use. It can't get much smaller. I don't know what system you use. I like to use the secondary. I do look at the solar arc as well. But looking at your secondary progression, looks like your progressed moon right now is in Aries. Right? So I don't know what software system you're using. But when I look at what's happening with the eclipse, where is that eclipse going? The first eclipse is going to be in your 12th house, so it is mirroring stuff revolving around completion and isolation. It will trine your progressed Venus, which is good. That's a clearing. And you're going to have a solar eclipse that's going to be in Libra, really close to your progressed Saturn, which is where it's happening in your natal placements as well. It's in the 8th. This is clearing out relationship stuff and issues with other people, right? I think solar arc. Yeah, so your progressed moon is not in Pisces, which is a good thing. It's in Aries. But it's getting ready to cross your ascendant, and in the process, it's opposing Pluto, relationship drama, especially within the workplace or relationships where you feel like it's kind of like unbalanced or toxic. And it's also starting to come out of an opposition with Saturn. So that in itself tells me that you've been kind of going through some of those changes, even in your progressions. When your progressed moon gets into Taurus in like the next year, things get a little bit easier, because at least it's going to be in its exaltation, and it's going to conjunct your ascendant. So it's going to be about, I think, feeling more at peace with things. But it's not really doing too much in this chart. It's in the 12th, which I think is going to be the same feeling of having Saturn and Neptune in your first house, you know? Anyway, I hope that that's helpful for you and giving you some insight. Let me know how the eclipse goes. I would really watch the Libra eclipse, because you're getting impacted with both of them. Both of them are hitting you in very personal parts of your chart, your ascendant and your 8th house stellium with your moon. That's why you got to read your moon sign eclipses, guys, because you will definitely feel the effects of that. All right, so next we have Lisa, who's going to do Synastry, and then we'll have Rosary, Contessa, and Enchanted. And after I do those, I'm going to give you guys the rundown of who I have that's paid. I just want to get these guys taken care of really quick. So let me go and find Lisa. And then I think we had, let's see. Let me remember here. I think Lisa sent it on PayPal, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Lisa, let's see, where is she? Here we go. All right, so she's January 14th, 75. And then we had, who else was that? That was Ramon. Here we go. All right, now I've got it. What's up, Lisa? How's it going, girl? All right, so Lisa says, level 3 member Synastry on the upcoming eclipses. So I've got you and I've got him. We have been trapped in a power struggle cycle on and off, full of mirroring for over 5 years. I feel confident to start to fully attach and move on. Then we get pulled and magnetized. Work your magic, girl. Tell me what the energy surrounding the challenges are. Okay, gotcha. So let's look at your chart, and then we'll look at his chart, and then to see what's going on, we'll look at the composite. But your 7th house is ruled by Aquarius or Saturn, depending on which system you use. So currently you have Uranus in the top part of your chart. It's not really doing anything. It's been trining your sun, which is actually good. It makes you feel like you need more authority, more spontaneity, more willing to make changes to your status or your relationships or your career. I think part of this might be that you were getting a sneak peek of having Pluto coming into Aquarius. It was in your whole sign 7th house, but it was not there Placidus yet. So you were starting to see the power struggles coming up in relationships. And if you look at your natal Saturn and Uranus, your natal Saturn is in the 12th, so it can represent feeling of going back, to partnership, especially in Cancer, where you feel pulled or kind of tugged, or where there is some sense of security there. And then your natal Uranus is in the 4th house at a 2. So Pluto has been around 0 degrees, right? And it started coming into a square with Uranus. So that means that you're like, okay, something dramatic needs to change and transform about this relationship. It needs to either be reborn, or we need to end something.
And the squares to Uranus really set you off emotionally. And it can impact this feeling of being like impatient, or being like, if you guys live together, being like, I don't know if we can continue living together because it feels like you're not changing or evolving. That's how you'll feel. If you're not living together, then you'll be like, where's this relationship going? Are things evolving? You know, am I moving? Are you moving? And it can really stir a lot of stuff up for you emotionally that can bring up or trigger issues from your childhood. Like if you have Uranus in the 4th house, you may have come from a divorced family, moved around a lot, had some chaos, or had some kind of shocks and surprises growing up. And it also all squares your Aquarius stuff. So just looking at like Mercury and Venus, it makes me feel like, you know, there were some issues maybe that came up with some relationships or relatives where you didn't feel so stable. And all that Aquarius means that you learned how to love differently, or you learned how to maybe be more open and understanding of relationships. But now it's getting to a point where you're like, I'm not as understanding. If other people aren't evolving because the 7th house is somebody else's first, you're going to be like, then something's got to change. She says, yes, we don't live together. I set a lot of boundaries. All right, so that's what's happening. Pluto's not even there yet. And you had probably one hell of a full moon in Aquarius in your 7th house last month. And then the Mercury retrograde has been you kind of reevaluating and kind of turning within and being like, what do I want? You know, what is best for me? And maybe reevaluating the relationship. So then we look at his chart. He's an Aquarius rising. He's got South Node moon in the 12th. And Sun in Sag. So look at his astrology. He's had the Mercury retrograde in the 7th. So where it was in your 1st house, it was in his 7th. You guys have opposite ascendants, so it's quite literal. Mercury for him is connected to his emotions and dating and relationships. And, you know, I think can be kind of difficult when you're dealing with a guy who's got South Node conjunct moon in the 12th. Like they have a tendency to check out emotionally, or be or have mood swings. Sometimes South Node moon in the 12th will have mood swings, and they have ups and downs, and there can be some issues revolving around emotional security and vulnerability because of some destabilizing things that happen with his relationship to his own mom, right? You know, South Node moon, loss of mother. And when it's in the 12th house, they get kind of moody when women kind of come in out of their life, and they can have like a weird attachment style. That plus you have the Sun conjunct Neptune, like lovingly may not be so self-aware, you know, may avoid responsibility, or may go ghost, you know, and not know how to handle confrontation. And with the Sun ruling the 7th house, in the 10th conjunct Neptune, you know, a partner is going to really kind of hold his feet to the flames and be like, dude, you need to be responsible. You can't be avoidant. Or when are you going to grow up, you know, or when are you going to like realize, or when are you going to see? Thankfully, he's got Saturn and Jupiter in the 7th. So that trines his South Node in his moon. You know, if he has a partner that understands that maybe he's had some emotional issues early on, and that he hasn't really learned how to connect emotionally and be vulnerable, it can make things easier. He's got Venus conjunct Uranus. He's in his Uranus opposition. I mean, like, dude, you know, this is basically saying, like, where he's always had, like, a huge kind of question mark about maybe, like, his career or his reputation or, you know, his relationships. Now, you got Uranus at the bottom part of his chart, where now it's like he's supposed to be focusing on building a home base, focusing on what's going on with his private life, and Jupiter in opposition to his Sun is saying he's got an opportunity to kind of do that in a relationship and evolve and grow. Saturn is squaring his Sun, so he's really needing to ask himself, what's important to me? What do I value? You know, do I want to have some significant relationship changes? And when Saturn's squaring his 7th house Lord, there's delays in relationships. I have a theory that the Mercury retrograde in Leo was just a prequel to the Mars retrograde. Even though Mars won't go through the same territory, it's the retrogrades are starting in the same sign. And what is Leo? What the heart wants: creativity, romance, you know, children, or things revolving around self-expression. So where Mercury brought up the problems, Mars is going to come back and it's going to be like, okay, are we going to work through it? And what's going to be challenging for Leo and Aquarius risings is going to be that it's going to oppose Pluto. So the first opposition will be Pluto and Capricorn, but the other two oppositions, which we're going to see at the beginning of December, and then we're going to see that in the new year, in the spring, will be in Aquarius and Leo. So that basically means that there's going to be a pretty significant turning point whenever you see those things happen. She said, he took me to a house and said he was ready and then ghosted the day Pluto went retrograde. What a fucker. What a fucker. That's such a Sun, Sag, Neptune thing. I mean, I don't like to say that stuff about certain signs, but yeah, I mean, I feel like Saturn square his Sun and Neptune means that he's doubting or contemplating whether or not he's really ready or capable of being able to show up in that way, right? And 19 can be about commitment, long-term commitment, marriage. And his Sun's at 19, his Neptune's at 22. So it's going to be, am I ready for this? What's the financial responsibility going to be? Can I handle it? What's going on? And he's got, Pisces intercepted in his first, which means sometimes he thinks he has the money for things that he doesn't necessarily have the money for. Notice he's got Jupiter, Saturn in his 7th connected to the 8th. So that means that this is, in a whole sign chart, it would be a chart that's like, well, I need some kind of support from a partner, whether that's emotional or financial. So the question is he making promises that his ass can't cash? Because that's kind of the interpretation that I kind of have here. It's great that he can dream about those things, but he needs to make it a reality. Saturn in Pisces is about making something a reality. These men. Let's look at the composite chart. So I'm just going to take a glimpse at the midpoint. Taurus rising and moon's in Aquarius. Wow, look at all this Capricorn in the 8th house. You guys got some really interesting, bonds here. Whether it's sexually, energetically, psychologically, that's huge. Okay, Taurus rising, ruled by Venus. You guys have Venus in the first, conjunct the Sun and Mars, so that's not really an issue. And the retrograde's been right over your Saturn, right? So it's been about having conversations about home and living situations. Okay, so funny thing is we both make great money, not for nothing, but we aren't kids. No, but there's some kind of fear revolving around vulnerability. It's not so much about having it, it's the merging of it or the being transparent about it or putting it all out there. That seems to be the issue, and that comes up in your guys' composite chart in the 8th house as well. Because this is a chart ruled by Venus, just in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about how Mars is going to be in opposition to your Venus, Mars, and Sun. And there's a lot of back and forth about what you have, what I have, And the Mars retrograde will trigger that slightly. It'll get close, but it's not going to oppose it again. And you are starting to see transit Saturn and Neptune coming into a square with Venus. And that's a big deal if you have a Venus-ruled chart. So, for example, next year, Saturn goes into Aries, Neptune goes into Aries. It's going to start squaring your Venus, which is going to be like, are we doing this or not? And it's going to have a square from Jupiter, which means there's going to be this feeling of being like, unless we get clarity and what are we doing? Are we friends? Are we something more? Are we together? What is this? It could feel a little challenging. And then Jupiter making the opposition, which is going to be about your goals and being able to merge. I can just tell you, looking at your chart. Here we go. Looking at your chart, because Mars is going to go retrograde on your ascendant and it's going to oppose. I think it's going to be about you having a situation later this year where you're going to be like, I'm taking a step back if things aren't changing. And probably December through March is when you're going to see that really come to fruition, especially with a retrograde in your 5th, where you're reevaluating matters of the heart. It's trining Mars retrograde on your ascendant. You're like, I'm taking a step back if I can't get what I need from the relationship. Pluto and Venus move into your 7th house. So could you guys still do a back and forth until December? Yeah. But it's very obvious that it's about next year as you're approaching Saturn and Neptune square, your guys' composite Venus in the 8th, that it's now it's about transparency. It's great to know that you make money, but it's what are we actually building together? Where are we going? And being clear about what you guys are investing in together, whether that's home, living situation, your investments, what have you. She goes, we do the same thing for living, and I surpassed him, which was a big hit for him. Yeah, he can get over it. I mean, Saturn squaring his sun, so that was going to happen regardless, you know, because the sun rules his 7th house. So he was going to feel a little bit less than because of those transits. But it's so hard to, when you say it's like magnets, yes, you guys are like magnets. It's really hard for you to separate yourself from each other. And I think that I would really pay attention in December, because I think your chart's going to have a little bit more sway and say over what direction things are actually going in. And then when Saturn starts coming out of the square with his sun, he may feel a little bit more confident kind of settling into a relationship at that point. Hopefully that's helpful for you. Sorry, you guys know I'm going to tell it like it is. I'm not going to like candy coat it. All right, so that was Lisa. So we still have Rosary, Contessa, and we have Enchanted, Crossroads. You guys are the last people, but I just want to let everybody know who I have that got in, because some people are like, did you get mine? So this is who I have. So if you hear your name, I've got you. We've got Raina, Zen Moment, Christian, Maya, Eve, Vintage J. We've got Kristen, Kate, Katie, Aphrodite. We've got Crow's Nest, Jennifer. We already got Jennifer, I think. Or no, that is Jennifer. Lisa, Tiana, Vanessa, and let's see who else. Amanda, Tanya, Brooke, and Abby. So if you heard your name, I've got you. Just letting you guys know, because it can take a little bit of time. No worries, Tiana. It's all good. So I'm going to take Rosary, Contessa, and then Enchanted, and then we will work through the list. All right, so let's look at Rosary. What's up, Rosary? Pull you up here. I know I have you here somewhere. Where was your question? Where was she? Why am I not seeing her? Oh, there she is. All right, let me look at your question here. All right, March 17th, 92, gotcha. There's so much that has happened in the Saturn return. Can you please explain which house is the eclipse and Pluto hitting in my chart? I have an intercepted chart, so I'm a bit confused as to where it's happening. Anything I need to work on for the transit? Okay, so you're wanting to know about the eclipse and interceptions that you have in your chart. So, well, the eclipse is not, thankfully, the signs that you have intercepted are going to be Sagittarius and Gemini, okay? So the eclipse is right at the top of your chart. It's right on your midheaven. Conjunct your sun. That's a big one. A couple things I'll tell you about this is the angles in the chart are some of the most sensitive points. All right, so the MC, the cusp of the 10th house, represents your public visibility, your image, the direction of your life, where your life is going. That's what this is going to be about. All right, let's see, is she here? I got you, Vintage, you're in there. So for you, Rosary, having this full moon lunar eclipse at the top part of your chart is highlighting the direction of where your career is going, right? Or your reputation. It's the most visible part of the chart. It's right on your sun, right? Which is the ruler of the 3rd house of communication. So it can be bringing up a big public announcement, a conversation with a boss, themes revolving around communicating with superiors, talking to, boyfriends, husbands, brothers, bosses, that kind of stuff. And an eclipse like this is very, very significant. You don't have a lot of these. You're going to want to make a note of spring of 2025, because what you're going to see, let me show you, is you're going to have the North Node conjunct this degree. the Sun and Saturn, which will be in March of 2025. And then Venus and Mercury are going to retrograde over that. So like March, April, May, girl, stuff is happening like in a very, very big way. Saturn rules your 7th house of relationships and also joint resources. So Saturn hitting your Sun and your Juno can mean that you're entering into a serious relationship, a business partnership, a collaboration. Your status is changing in some way and maybe getting more recognition for work and like making some kind of statement or communicating with people, like what you're doing now. That's what I think. But this eclipse is going to kick for a while because then Saturn will go retrograde. It's going to come back. It's going to hit it again. That's going to be in November of next year. And then it's going to move on in January. So it's not just Saturn coming into conjunction with your Sun. It's the North Node is there, which is really driving it. And also the eclipses. My goodness, the universe has something really big planned for you. And I'm wondering what it's going to be. For Cancer risings, you're hearing they're traveling, they're getting married, they're going to school, they're getting certifications, they're publishing books, they're working with teachers or mentors. Could those things be happening for you? Sure, that could influence your career. But it's all connected to something that's kind of changing and altering your life path. Like when people say to me, like, when am I going to see some significant career change? I'll say, well, Saturn in the 10th, North Node in the 10th with eclipses. Maybe, you have some aspect between, Saturn and Jupiter. I mean, you have all those things happening at one time. I remember when I had an eclipse here, I had an eclipse right on my midheaven like this. And it was like the eclipse happened. And I was like, I know this is going to change my life, but I don't know what's going to happen. And like 6 months later, my life was completely different. It was like insane. Work, living situation, my goals, all of that stuff. It changed everything, right? So hopefully that gives you a little bit of insight. But the other thing that I would say in regards to this eclipse is some of the aspects. Like it's making a sextile to Pluto, so it is indicating that there's going to be some powerful transformations of resources and maybe even in regards to relationships. Simultaneously, it is squaring Jupiter, which is in your 12th, which means some of these changes are going to come very unexpectedly, or education, teachers, traveling, things like that are going to be kind of coming up, which is going to create some changes here for you as well. And you're going to have to see how this is unfolding in the spring of next year, because I think until Saturn and the North Node come into conjunction with your Mercury, it won't really be until then that things are going to open up. And when I think about this in like a whole sign chart, it is opening up your 2nd house, which would be, money and resources. So maybe you're investing more in travel, maybe you're investing more in school, education, things like that can be kind of happening. But this is going to unfold over time. And, pay attention to what's going on if you're working in the workspace or your relationship with men or bosses. Because I have a feeling like there could be some conversations that you're having about like taking on more responsibilities or more roles as Saturn is coming into conjunction with your Sun. And it's at 26, so it's going to definitely be about how much you're spending on education, how much you're spending on travel, how much you're getting paid, what you want to be compensated for work, and like the changes that would come because of the sextiles to Pluto, Hey, let your light shine. Give me 1 second. I'll be with you in just a second. I just want to see if Rosary's here. Other than that, I would say that's pretty much the only thing I would watch. Mars is going to come into a trine also here, so you're going to get the benefit of Mars in your 1st house, actions that you're taking, especially towards your goals or your dreams. And you'll see that trine several times throughout the retrograde. And then Mars will come into a trine with your Neptune as well, your Neptune transit. And so that's going to be around the end of October. Feeling like you're in alignment with the actions you're taking and how you're feeling about some of the stuff that's going on with work and some of your goals, and that things are kind of flowing. And I think you'll see some of that also during Scorpio season, because planets are going to go through Scorpio and they're going to trine. It's about how you're feeling about your reputation, the work that you're doing, your career, and if you feel like you're kind of going in the direction of developing your dream job or your dream status, right? Anyway, I hope that that's helpful for you. All right, so let me see what happened with this chart here. This is the chart that I had saved for you, so let me see what happened. Could you do mine again? Progressed moon is in Pisces. What is the time that you have? 6:26:81. Why do we have 28? That's weird. That was saved for you. Well, let's fix that. 81 or 82? 82. All right. So let's look at this. So the progressed moon, a lot of the transits are going to be the same. So let's look at your progressions because that's not going to change much. Wait, I want to see something really quick. Moon is in Virgo. So the progressions will be different, but the eclipse is going to be in opposition to your moon. So to me, that seems pretty significant because there's some relational things going on here. I know that you said that things were not going so well or you were feeling kind of upset or disappointed, but this eclipse in opposition to the moon, is there some separation that you're having with like a woman, a coworker, a romantic partner, feeling disappointed with a romantic partner, right? Anything like that? That's definitely coming up, and that's getting highlighted with the eclipse. Could more come from that? Possibly, especially because the square to Jupiter is going to kind of bring up some of the emotions. Sometimes the moon in the 7th house is like grandmothers, right? So I don't know who you're having the conflict with. People think the 7th house is like just about marriage and commitment. It's not. The 7th house is like a boxing ring. This is where we go and square off with people and we air everything out, right? It's like a courtroom where we like debate. He hasn't blocked me. He just shut me out and wouldn't talk. So that's going to be as a result of probably the retrograde that started. Now the eclipse that's coming in that's bringing the feelings and then being like, I'm not feeling the connection. And the sun was opposing Saturn, Mercury is opposing Saturn, and then we're going to have these planets go through your 7th and they're going to oppose Neptune. And probably by the time you're getting to like the, 3rd week of September when this is happening, there's going to be this sense of being like, I don't want this anymore. I'm not going to play with the back and forth anymore. I'm not going to allow that to kind of go on. And obviously, like I said, it's squaring your Neptune and also Jupiter. Ugh. All right, let's look at your progressions again. Let's see. So we do have progressed Pisces moon in the 12th. When you have an eclipse in your progressed chart that's hitting a planet, yes, that is important. So we look at this chart, it's a Taurus rising. The eclipse is happening in your 12th, which is highlighting the Saturn, Neptune in your 1st, kind of feeling alone, feeling isolated. Simultaneously, it's trining your Venus, which is actually really good, right? So if Venus rules this chart, the trine to the Venus is like in the 12th house. Remember, Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces, or the 4th, 8th, and the 12th, these are houses where we release things. Emotions, secrets, feelings. It can be about intimacy, vulnerability, and we decide we're going to let something go. So in the same way that this eclipse is in your natal 1st house and it's in opposition to the moon, where the moon in Virgo is like, I always want to help somebody else. I want to be there, and help them fix things. I want to work through problems. Just tell me what's wrong. This eclipse is going to come through and you're going to have it trine Venus in your progression, and you're going to be like, I can't make them call me back. I can't fix their problems. I can't take it personally. Like they're going through something and like it sucks and you're feeling bad about it. But this is in kind of initiating that release. And like you can be emotional, you can have dreams. There can definitely be a lot of feelings of being like coulda, woulda, shoulda, what if, if only they would say something to me. But it's really encouraging you to let it go, right? Even the quincunx to Venus, it's a relationship that's out of balance. Let it go. Look, Venus conjunct your progressed Pluto, right? It's like, this is not healthy, or that person's going through something. The 6th house represents the 12th house to your partner. So they're going through some relationship hangups, some karma issues, problems revolving around not being able to show up, vulnerability, clearing out past patterns in relationships. Like, I hate to say it, but, those of you guys who saw my eclipse webinar, I talk so much about how both of the eclipses have so many aspects to Venus. They quincunx Venus, or Venus quincunx Saturn. And really, Saturn and Neptune, there's a lot of people that are in their head, isolated, socially freaking weird after several years of not going and interacting with people. People are having weird issues emotionally, adapting into going back into normal life being in relationships, meeting people. Like, people are not, like, they don't know how to come together right now. That's what's happening with these eclipses. And we feel like there's like this invisible wall that's like keeping us from being able to unite. So then we see in the spring of next year, you know, Venus retrogrades and reactivates this eclipse. It's going to conjunct some of the eclipses and oppose some of the eclipses. And we're going to see that there has been, it sounds weird, but either karmic or hidden forces that have been keeping all of us like dazed and confused and, you know, keeping people from uniting, right? And feeling divided. So there's going to be some stuff that I think that, hey, you know, could that person kind of come back around? Maybe you might see that, especially when you see, you know, the other eclipses that are going to be taking place in Pisces, or, you know, when you have some transits that are going to go through Pisces, like the retrograde next year. I feel half inclined to tell a lot of people, like, just sit this stuff out. Like, people are going to be acting weird. And they may not really come back around until the spring. But the lesson for you is being like, I'm not taking this personally. I can't, you know, hold all of this stuff in and allow it to affect me emotionally. And like, clearly they're going through something, and like, enough is enough. Like, no more of this, you know? Yeah, the Libra eclipse is making people weird too. It's a South Node eclipse. It's a solar eclipse in Libra, South Node at a 10. And Venus is in Scorpio at an 11, which means people are starting to break up, separate, or having lots of things coming up or secrets being exposed in relationships. Like, it's a shit show. My progressed moon is conjunct its natal moon exact. Well, then, you know, if that's your, if you know how you're feeling right now with your progressed moon, with Saturn and Neptune being there, that's what he's going through. And he's going to be going through that for the better part of the next year. Now, that's not me saying he will or won't be ready, but you know, like, he's still going to go through that. And unfortunately, the South Node eclipses going through your natal chart is it's clear as day. It's like, you're going to have to, I hate to say this, but you're going to have to get used to being like, somebody else's issues are not my problems. When you have a better transit to your natal Mercury, like, for example, Jupiter's going to retrograde, it's going to come back. Could that person come back to you? Sure. December, maybe. You know, when you have a Jupiter retrograde over Mercury, it could bring somebody back. When you have a retrograde in Sagittarius, you know, it could bring somebody back because it's going to oppose Jupiter. And then down the road, when you see Mercury, your 7th house lord, retrograde into your 1st, that'll be in the spring. So that'll be like around here. So there's time to reconnect. But the key here is to be like, no, I need to create the boundary. Right? We need to create the boundary so people don't realize that they can just kind of come and go. And, you know, progressed transits, conjunct natal transits, that is a time where people do come together and they connect in a significant way, but that doesn't mean that it's okay. You still have to have the South Node come into conjunction with your natal moon too. And there will be an eclipse there. Look, March 13th, 2025. South Node eclipse ruled by Mercury. Mercury is retrograding in the 1st. Somebody's coming back around. Who could it be? Somebody who has a Pisces placement. Put them on the shelf. Put them on the shelf, because a lot of people need to work through their stuff right now. And we're needing to learn to be compassionate and understanding that people are going through things. But by the same time, being like, I'm not putting up with this shit anymore because this is not normal. Anyway, I hope that's helpful. Hope that's helpful for you. I'm so like over the Pisces stuff because I really feel like there's like some weird stuff going on. You're welcome. All right, so we've got Contessa. And I think I have to put Contessa in here. Let me see. Where was that? We'll have Contessa and then, oh, no, I have her here. I take that back. And then we have Enchanted, Crossroads. Contessa, you were asking questions about moving. Let's see. Let me just plug you in here. There she is. My My question is, when should I move between now and next year? It's a cross-country move for my career and for my health. Let's take a look. Hey, Moni. Readings are now closed, but when we are back next week, we are happy to read for you, and we do take super chat. All right, Contessa, are you here? I've got you April 11th, 74, 3:30 p.m. in Watertown, New York, and you're asking questions about when you should move. All right, so movement is going to be connected to your 3rd and your 4th, all right? And it looks like Sagittarius is intercepted in your 4th house. So probably the moving thing has come up quite a bit throughout your life, with the moon bringing change in your 4th house and Neptune. There can be a lot of like, when do I go? Where am I going? And obviously moon in opposition to Mars and Saturn means a lot of this is going to be impacted by where you're working. Well, here's my thoughts on the matter. This is really complex, which is fine. I don't mind that. It's complex because there's a lot of other moving parts that are impacting this square. So let's talk positives. Positives are Jupiter is moving through your 10th house, which is taking your 4th house ruler, putting it in the 10th, saying, okay, we are able to get jobs in other places, expand career, move for work, maybe even work from home, right? And that's going to be hanging out all year. But Jupiter's hanging on the south node, which means there's some kind of clearing up the past, maybe leaving one job for another, leaving one location for another. And that triggers a bunch of stuff in your chart. Jupiter then opposes Neptune, which can mean changing relationships to home or with people. And it also opposes your moon, which means it's going to pull you out of your usual kind of social gatherings and connections, and it's going to put you somewhere else. Jupiter squaring Neptune, which means there's a sense of being like, I don't know where to go or what's going to be the best or how it's going to benefit me. And Jupiter's also squaring Saturn, which means there can be some relational issues or some health stuff coming up that's prompting you wanting to move. So August and December are out of the question. August is already over, but that's when you had the Jupiter square Saturn, and you weren't going to see the growth in the career or the opportunity to change where you're living during those time periods. December is definitely off the table because you'll see the 2nd Jupiter Saturn square, which is going to limit or thwart any kind of forward motion with this stuff. But you're also going to have Mercury retrograde in your 4th. So I'd like to see you get through that Mercury retrograde first, especially being ruled by Mercury. And some of you guys are lucky enough to hear me already complain about this Mercury retrograde, but this is going to be like holy mother of God annoying. Mercury retrogrades are so much more, I think they're just louder with Jupiter and Gemini, and Jupiter is going to magnify the effects of Mercury retrograde. And we've got Mercury and Jupiter in their fall. So there's mutual reception here where there's back and forth, and then there's the square to Saturn. This tells me something's going to come up in December where you're either going back and forth with an employer or you're going back and forth with a relationship or a partner, and you're trying to figure out, like, you know, where you're going to move to or what one person wants or what's being offered to you. So, like, wait until after this time period. I want you to see what plays out. You know, likely the Mercury retrograde will have you thinking about or reevaluating. Do I want to move back to a place that I've been before? Do I want to rethink staying where I'm at for a little bit longer? Do I want to maybe decide if it's worth going and staying with family or if it's worth renovating a place that I'm currently in before I make a move? But if this were me, personally, I think you're going to see much better likelihood of being able to make a change in your living situation when Jupiter is off of your Saturn and out of a square with Saturn. So things are going to get easier when you start to see Jupiter trining stuff. So for example, if Mars rules your 4th house, Placidus, Jupiter rules a whole sign. We need to see something with like Jupiter, Mercury, and maybe Venus. So I'm kind of liking June of 2025, when Jupiter, the Sun, and Venus are all kind of around each other, and you're no longer in the squares, right? So this is like June, July 2025 would be better timing. If you're like, it doesn't matter when, I just need to know the best time, well, I would say when Jupiter's trine Saturn. So when you see Jupiter trine Saturn and Mars go into your 3rd house, And also Mars is trining. This would be October. So you'll see your 4th house Lord trining. You're able to move. You see Mars in its domicile in your 3rd house trining. So this would be a good time too. So I'd say June or October of 2025. That's when I would do it. And you're going to have I think there's going to be a Mercury retrograde there too. Yeah, so it looks like if you do move in October, you're unpacking and getting everything kind of reorganized in November. And you can use that Mercury retrograde to do that. At least it won't be squaring Saturn and stuff. It looks like it's actually going to go retrograde, and it might actually trine. Yeah, it's going to trine Saturn. So it actually would be really good to move in October, and then you would actually get a lot done with Mercury trine Saturn, really kind of getting situated and set up in a new place in November, in my mind. But it's such a pain right now with Saturn square your moon and Saturn square the nodes. Something about Saturn in the 7th house, like if you're single, it can be like, are you supposed to meet somebody before you move? Are you supposed to meet somebody that incentivizes you to move? Are you dealing with a romantic relationship where you're trying to get them on board? There's something that is going on with another person, or maybe Saturn in the 7th is like, hey, I'm getting a reading. You know, the 7th house is an astrologer, somebody who's like going to tell you this is when you do it and this is when you don't do it. And I think there's some curveballs coming with your job. Jupiter's going to go retrograde right on your south node. And that could mean that you get offered a spot, you know, in a city you didn't see coming, or maybe that there is some change with management and then you take on some new responsibilities and that impacts where you could be living or working. So there's some stuff that's going to come up relationship-wise and also job-wise that's going to throw you for a bit of a tailspin that will impact or affect ultimately not only when you move, but where you're moving to, right? Anyway, I hope that that's helpful for you, especially being an Aries sun. You're about to have a solar eclipse in Libra in opposition to your sun. So that does make me feel like, you know, you're going to get out there, you're going to travel a little bit, you're going to see what's out there, check out some places, but you might end up meeting somebody who lives in a different place, or you meet somebody while you're traveling, or you meet them online, and then that somehow influences some of the moving stuff. I don't know. Anyway, hopefully that's helpful for you. All right, so we've got Enchanted, and then I will give you guys my list, I promise. We can see what's going on with Enchanted. How are you doing? Did you have questions about the eclipse? I'm not sure what you wanted to know. Lots of moves. I'm here, I'm okay. Well, that's good. At least, you know, the eclipse is going to be in a part of your chart that's kind of uneventful, right? It's kind of behind the scenes. Close enough to your ascendant, though. So once an eclipse is within about 4 or 5 degrees, you know, this is a sneak peek eclipse. So it is still tied to the North Node, which is very close to your ascendant. What does it mean? I mean, essentially, for Aries risings, this eclipse is really interesting for me because it's in the 12th house, which is sleep, rest, bedroom, intuition, things revolving around your visions, your, you know, alone time, what you're reflecting and working on, you know, spiritually. But Mars squares the North and South Node, which means there is going to be this instinctual feeling, Cancer, that you're like, I have to do this. And it could be as simple as like feng shuiing your house, right? Like moving things around, Mars and Cancer, and like intuitively being like, oh, this is what I need to do. Or I need to, you know, maybe, you know, start looking at moving to a new location, or I need to reorganize my closet. Like there's going to be stuff revolving around what you're intuitively tapping into with what you need in regards to your home, your emotions, or your living situation, right? I'm wondering how the eclipses are going to affect me. Okay. Thank you, Contessa. That gives me the insight that it has to do with your 7th house. And I think that, you know, the square to Jupiter is a time to like start a dream journal. You might feel like you're just bang on also with some of your tarot readings. Jupiter in the 3rd could be about like divination and like things that you're doing that you're like forecasting or that you're seeing. You might feel like you're getting some like really clear insight with any form of divination that you're doing with your hands. I also think that this is going to be a time where you may have like a stream of consciousness where you start writing something, where you're like, I had this dream and I got to write it all out, or you're in a meditation and then all of a sudden you like get this like flow of information and you start channeling. So it could be about putting all of that stuff down and getting it on paper. I've been dreaming a lot. Yeah. And then the eclipse obviously is going to get really colorful for you because it's in that part of the chart where you're going to see the Mercury and the Venus retrograde right over your ascendant. So it's going to represent some change in the way that you connect, communicate, maybe teach, maybe travel. And then this is going to be in connection with other people. I almost feel like there's something in the back of your mind that's saying like, you need to create this thing, or you need to write this thing, or you need to create this tarot deck, or maybe you need to like work on this particular project, and like you start getting more information and it starts kind of flowing. And then you're like, okay, I'll work on it behind the scenes, but it's not gonna be ready until next year. You know, been dreaming a lot, will do even when I'm awake. And then that second eclipse is going to be really close to your Pluto in your 7th house. And so when I think of this 12th house eclipse, it's like, okay, I'm taking time, I'm kind of integrating, I'm spending time alone, which being a 12th house sun, you're used to. But then the other eclipse comes in and you might feel like you're being bombarded with people who are like reaching out to you and trying to talk to you, or clients that want to connect with you, especially with the North Node on your Venus right now. It's bringing in people who are going to be like wanting your services or wanting your support or wanting to work with you or spend time with you. And I think this eclipse is having you kind of feeling like you're in like a washing machine where you're being kind of pushed and pulled, where on one hand you're like, yes, I do want to connect. And then on the other hand, you're like, I'm getting overwhelmed by people. I need my space, you know? And so maybe the square to Jupiter is really giving that emphasis of being like, yeah, communicate that, right? Get that out if that's something that you need to do. I love that it sextiles Mercury in your chart too. I feel like this can be about making announcements, especially pertaining to like business and like things that you're doing professionally, and letting groups of people know that maybe you're going to be doing some like private groups, or that you're going to be offering a new type of like session, or maybe you're going to be talking to people about like different services that you're going to be offering, right? I don't know what you do, but if you're like, I do tarot, then it might be like, well, I'm doing in tarot, but now I'm doing clairvoyant, or, you know, I'm doing tarot, but I'm also doing this other type of divination. Switching it up a little bit, I think with like the Jupiter square is really good. And, you know, Venus is going to trine your sun during the eclipse. You're going to see a sextile to your Mercury. Really, the most critical thing, I think, is Mars squaring the North and the South node. I just put a flyer out there for tarot card readings. Cool. So there you go. You're like, this is this thing that I'm doing. And then ding, the second eclipse is going to come through within a couple weeks. And then that's going to bring an influx of people. So it may feel a little overwhelming in the communication department. The squares to Jupiter is like, I got to text people back. I got to respond to emails. I got to work on a website. You know, I got to get back to people. And creating like a system or a way where you're not feeling like you're being flooded, where people are, just like invading your personal space. I think that's probably what this is going to be about, and finding a way to kind of communicate in a way where you're not feeling overwhelmed, and that you have adequate personal boundaries that are kind of put in place, you know? But I think the eclipse is going to be good. Just be mindful that Pisces is intercepted in your chart. So that means that something pertaining to your natal Jupiter is really enhanced. Jupiter in the second. So not seeing your worth, not knowing your value, the things that you create, or the things that you build or develop, or the wisdom that you acquire from having a little bit of time by yourself, right? And also in nature, because Jupiter is in Taurus. And also just like untapped resources or potential for making money. So I think that's the other way that I can kind of see that there. So hopefully it's a good one for you. Healing. Aries and Libra risings, the theme is of healing, but this is more spiritual. Good luck. All right, so we've got Abby, Brooke, and then Tanya. And let's pull up Abby. I think I put her in here. April 2nd, 82. And was that the right time? Yeah. April 2nd, 82 at 12:01 a.m. Okay. Abby says, my question would be about my home life especially my mother-in-law. She's struggling mentally for the last couple of months and is in the hospital since June 14th. Do you see her being able to move back in with us? So, Abby, are you here? Makes sense because Enchanted, that square to Jupiter is being like, I'm trying to wrap things up so I can get ready to move, you know? So you're like trying to be strategizing with where you're kind of going and what you're doing. You're welcome. All right, Abby, well, I don't have a lot of information about mother-in-law, but I'll do my best. So usually in-laws are going to be connected to the 9th house, sometimes the 10th house. So if the 7th house is the spouse, then 4 houses away is usually the in-laws or one of their parents. So there's 2 things kind of going on here. One is you've had a Mercury retrograde in your 9th house of in-laws. And that Mercury retrograde looks like it's been in opposition to Saturn, which can be representing some mental health challenges and issues revolving around what's going on with them. Sometimes Saturn and Pisces can talk about treatment, facilities, rehab. It can also talk about therapy, psychological stuff. And that's been in a square to Jupiter. So it's been really highlighting the fact that, you know, communication with, you know, family members, relatives, partners are kind of bringing all this stuff up. You're about to have an eclipse that's in Pisces, which for a Sag rising is your whole sign 4th house, which is bringing up the themes revolving around changes involving your home and a living situation. This is going to square Jupiter. So it's saying that there's going to be a lot more communication going on with a partner about the changes that are happening in your home. You're also going to be seeing in the spring, okay, so this is going to be a little bit down the road, but you're going to have an eclipse really close to your sun, which is your 9th house lord, and a retrograde there. So if I were to say, well, how long could it take for somebody to come and live with you? You know, I would say March, April is possible that you could be seeing that could be happening. Another time is in December when Mars, your 12th house lord, goes retrograde in Leo in the 9th. And it'll start coming into a trine with your 4th house, which could mean somebody is coming out of some kind of treatment facility or they're, you know, getting back on their feet and they're bringing you to come and stay with them. So those would be the 2 times that I would be paying attention to the most. It does look challenging. I mean, Sag risings are getting like raked over the coals. As much as I hate to say it, you guys with Jupiter in the 7th and Saturn and Neptune in the 4th, and then now you've got all these planets going through Virgo, like there is a sense of trying to figure out like which end is up right now, you know, with home relationships and responsibility. So everything feels like it's a bit kind of vague or foggy at the moment. But possibly when you start seeing like the sun coming into a trine with Pluto or Uranus, there may be a much more defined plan that is starting to emerge in terms of, well, what's going to happen and what is the process. I would say after the eclipse on the 17th, look at what's happening around the 21st of September. That can give you a little bit more clarity about what's happening on the home front. And usually you need to see like the moon or Venus going through your 4th house for somebody to come and stay with you, right? So the times that you're going to have the moon going through your 4th house, looks like it'll be again in mid-October when you have a full moon that's actually going to be in Aries. Now that also could bring something because it's actually in your 4th house. And that's going to be around October 17th. Now check this out. Full moon in the 4th house, big completions revolving around home. Moon, woman, mother, conjunct Chiron, healing. In opposition to Pluto, Saturn, and the sun. So some change with their living situation, maybe bringing them into yours. This is ruled by Mars, squaring Mars on your moon. Even if, I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I look at this and I'm like, man, even if somebody ends up coming back, there is still a sense of them working through some issues. She says, thank you. We picked Arizona, not a positive location, but I loved it because there's... Good luck with Arizona. I hope it's a good one. So Abby, if you're listening to this, I would say this is a time you really want to watch. And I'm wondering if the change in the transformation is good. I think it is good, but there could be some kind of like her still dealing with some kind of crisis, right? Man, that full moon is gnarly in mid-October. ruled by Mars, and Mars is in its fall, but Mars is right conjunct your North Node and your Moon. So maybe you're like, you know what? I mean, you have an 8th house Cancer Moon. You're tough. You can handle some intense situations. You can work through stuff. But this is going to light your chart up like a Christmas tree, girl. It's going to square all your planets in the 10th house. And it looks like there is some concern of not wanting to have somebody alone in their home. So you're going to be like, I want you to be here. But she's still probably going to be working with somebody. She's still probably going to be needing some kind of emotional or psychological support or care, I would assume, with some of those squares. And you're going to want to watch, like I said, what's happening in December. Because if there's going to be a change in direction going on with in-laws, you know, December until Mars retrogrades over your Moon in January. And I think this is a situation I would continue to kind of keep an eye on, to make sure that she's got the support that she needs, right? And if that means having her around, so be it. But making sure she has the support she needs, because December into January, and then again in the spring, March and April are times where stuff's getting kind of lit up in your chart that she may need some more support or something in terms of being closer to home and family, right? But after that, things kind of settle down a little bit in this chart. They get a little bit easier. But so many Sag risings, it's like housing with mom, taking care of mom, you know, parents that are having mental issues or their illness or they're having memory issues, you know, like all of these things are happening for Sag risings, and it's going to be a sequence of events. So you're seeing the first phase with the eclipses coming up now. The second phase is going to be in the spring. So it's like just getting her in and out of treatment. Keep an eye on her, because there's still going to be other things that are going to be unfolding with some of these transits. And the second eclipse, right on top of your Mars and your Palace, which means you're feeling like, okay, I'm reading the signs. I know something's going on. I need to jump in and like support and help somebody. It could be at work, right? It could be with friends, because it is your whole sign 11th. But instinctually, you're like, I have this feeling that somebody needs help. I need to help them. And so there is this sense of you kind of jumping in and supporting other people. Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you. All right, so we've got Brooke. And after Brooke, we have Tanya and Amanda. What's up, Brooke? What's going on? Let's take a look at these questions here. So Brooke's a Libra rising, Libra sun, Leo rising, and Moon in Gemini. Moon in Gemini. So let's look at Brooke's question. Brooke says 9/27/83, 3:04 a.m. in Pueblo, Colorado. What kind of transformation or expansion related to my purpose finances should I be aware of during this eclipse? All right. Well, good question. It sounds like you know what's going to be in your 8th house. Here's the thing, right? So, you know, Saturn is has been in Pisces for over the last year, almost year and a half. So the eclipses are going to be in a part of the sky where we have already been kind of feeling tested, right? So when the eclipse comes in, it's going to be in your 8th house. What is the 8th house? Intimacy, vulnerability, endings and beginnings, joint resources, taxes, alimony, inheritances, money owed. But this is also about working through emotional blocks, okay? So there can be emotional blocks coming up because it's in a water sign. And when I look at the sign of Pisces, you know, it inconjuncts and it quincunxes Leo. So it means that it's kind of highlighting something that is going to make you emotional, or there's going to be some kind of grand reveal of something that you weren't aware of. Ruled by Jupiter, square Jupiter. Right? So we see a square between what other people have, what you feel like you need, or what you're trying to bring in, and your financial goals. Well, here's a little bit of like a tip. When the North Node goes through your 8th house, do we experience change, transformation? Is there something giving something up? Yes, but there's also gains. So with the North Node in the 8th house, you're here to bring in, you know, spouses or partners that are more generous. You're here to tap into loans or credit or receiving funds or, you know, some kind of support that's coming from other people. So this is going to be kind of highlighting and showing you some of these things. Now, this is the first eclipse, right? In terms of the aspects that it's making in your chart, it's at 25 degrees. So it is squaring your north and south node. So it is saying, well, you got to learn about 8th house stuff, how to be able to kind of get to where you want to go. And that if you want a car, you want a house, sometimes we take a loan. Or, you know, if we end up having a bunch of debt, then we do get to a point where we're like, okay, we have to handle this and kind of pay this back. Usually after the time Saturn and the North Node have left your 8th house, you're a lot stronger and a lot more capable of being able to kind of manage finances and also emotional things. So that's the good news. But your ruler of money is Mercury. And if you look at when the eclipse comes in, Mercury is in your 2nd house. You're about to have your Mercury return, and Mercury is in opposition to Saturn, which means you're realizing and recognizing that there's going to be themes coming up where you're going to be like, I need this thing. And I go to somebody for support and you're like, I need you to pay me back, or I need you to loan me money, or, you know, I need an increase in my credit. And you've been in Saturn in opposition to your Mercury off and on all year. So it's just highlighting that particular transit. So it can be showing you that you're hitting a limit where people will only give you so much, or you're only willing to expend so much, or maybe you're realizing that you need to be coming up with a plan or a system for kind of handling debt, or handling benefits, or communicating and discussing money that's owed to you. And that can be tax-wise, insurance-wise, benefits. It really just depends. But that's the theme. So do I see it negatively impacting your finances? I mean, like, look, you know, Saturn in opposition to Mercury is not easy when it comes to conversating and kind of talking about finances. We do feel stretched a little bit. Saturn represents relationships and partners. But it doesn't have to be just money. You could feel like other people are not being as vulnerable with you or open with you, right? But that'll be a part of your Mercury return. So for the next year, there's going to be a lot of like having boundaries and communications about resources. Pretty soon, you're also going to have the South Node hit your Sun, and the Sun is your chart ruler. It's in your 2nd house, which means you pride yourself on being like, I have money, I have resources, I, you know, can generate stuff myself. And the South Node hitting your Sun means that you're breaking away from this feeling of having to be the producer. You're breaking away from this feeling of always having to spend, or making yourself feel like you have to be purchasing things or having some kind of physical financial power. So that will knock you a little bit, even if it's just temporary. And then you got Mars retrograde on your ascendant. You have to be really careful. Like an eclipse in the 8th house can bring some emotional, or sometimes, touch wood, because Saturn's there, a health issue. And I look at the South Node hitting your Sun, which is going to knock your vitality where you can get sick. And Mars retrograde on your ascendant, where there can be some issues going on where you need rest. And that in itself, like I always tell people, like the universe gets through to us through emotional pain, physical pain, or weight. You know, anything to get us to slow down, stop, and ground ourselves. So I'm looking at this where you can be really kind of focused on finances and productivity and having resources, but you're not learning the lessons maybe of Saturn in your 8th house, where you're supposed to be receiving and getting support. And this eclipse is going to show you that. You really want to take care of your health over the next couple of months, because there can be some stuff that can come up that can sideline you, that can keep you from working or doing things or producing, because it's trying to get you to learn how to receive from other people and how to ask for help, right? And it's not always financial. Anyway, when you have a better transit to your Mercury, when Saturn's no longer in opposition to your Mercury, and when Jupiter's no longer squaring your Mercury, it's going to get easier. And that's going to be closer to, you know, the beginning of next year. So when the South Node's off your Sun, when Jupiter's still slightly in a trine to your Sun, when Saturn's no longer opposing, then we start to see things kind of open up a little bit. And next year you will see eclipses continue in Virgo and Pisces, and there will be like a Mars South Node conjunction with Mercury, where you're going to want to watch money in July of next year as well. And then when the South Node is off of your Mercury, and that's kind of cleared by about November of 2025, I don't really see some of the back and forth with money. But like, I have my Sun and my Mercury in my 2nd house. I had the South Node go through there. It didn't really affect me. I mean, it did, because I made a conscious decision to be like, okay, there's something changing about my relationship with money and like not feeling like I have to spend things or buy things as much. And it was also a period of giving things away. So when the South Node goes through there, it can be an opportunity or a possibility for you to say, I'm selling stuff, I'm giving stuff away, I'm cleaning things out, you know, and it can bring money in because you sell stuff. But there's also changes with your eating habits, or there's changes with your self-esteem that happen through that transit as well. But I think that the eclipse in opposition to Mercury is going to get you thinking about, well, how do you feel about the relationship with money and what you're doing with it and how much you have of it, like all of that stuff, you know? I'm in the playback. Let me check, Tiana. Give me just a second. I'll see. I've seen so many people now. Anyway, hopefully that's helpful for you, Brooke. I hope that gives you some insight. Let's see. Who else? Hey, Tiana, give me 1 second. I'm just looking to see where you are. I haven't done your reading yet. Don't worry. You're coming up. We just did Brooke. We still have Tanya, and we have, let's see. We have Tanya, Amanda, Vanessa, and then we have Tiana. And if you guys missed your reading, you can go back, you can watch the replay, but I haven't gotten everybody yet. All right, so we've got Tanya, and then Amanda, you're on deck. All right, so let's see what Tanya says. March 17th, 84 at 6:20 a.m. in Philadelphia. I was born on a full moon, Pisces, Virgo axis. How is this eclipse going to affect me? Oof. Well, it's kind of like polar opposite. But when you've got planets in both sides, you can manage because you're kind of used to both of those energies. You're used to the polarity, you know? I think it's a good time to have like Sun in Pisces, Venus in Pisces. I think it's going to be good for you in that sense because it's really tapping into that 12th house energy that you have. Obviously, if you have your Sun in the 12th house, this is reflective, creative, you know, spiritual, emotional, and you're going to be more in tune with these energies. Like 12th housers, I think, are going to like the next 2 years. You know, Sun, Neptune people, Pisces suns, Pisces moons, Pisces risings. I think that you guys are going to manage well. But this eclipse is the polar opposite of what you're used to. So you're used to the Sun being in Pisces, the moon being in Virgo. So you're probably a little bit more so on top of things maybe than most Pisces suns because you have that Virgo moon balancing you out. Where you can be creative and dreamy and whimsical and all that stuff, there is still order to your life, to your routine, to your home, that kind of stuff. So you're going to see that. But now it's kind of like flipped on its head. Now we're getting ready to see the North Node coming into conjunction with your Sun in the 12th house, which means you'll be able to creatively thrive. You're going to like the direction of where things are going with art, music, film, cinema. It means that you're going to really enjoy this time to focus on your own happiness, your own creativity, your spiritual process. You might feel more inspired. And Neptune is hovering around there still. Saturn's coming up there, you know. So to be a late degree Pisces rising and late degree Pisces sun and an Aries rising, you're going through so many things at one time. It's not just the eclipses, it's the North Node, it's Saturn, it's Neptune. And the next 2 years are going to be very colorful for you because you'll have Saturn and Neptune in Pisces, and then briefly next spring it's going to go into Aries, and then they're going to retrograde back, and then they're going to go back into Aries in 2026. And it's almost like this period of you preparing and getting something ready. And it can be some grand reveal of yourself, of what you've been working on and doing or practicing kind of behind the scenes, what you've been developing, what your intuition or your dreams are telling you. And then it becomes real. And both the 6th and the 12th house deal with health. right? It can deal with disease. But the 6th house moon makes me feel like you're on top of it, like you keep an orderly ship or routine, or you're really focused on health and habits. And maybe you really understand the intricate balance of like mind, body, spirit. But it's very different than what you're used to. I think you're going to like this because the Pisces moons, all the full moons are going to be in Pisces, all of them. There's not going to be a single solar eclipse in Pisces. So it's much more about where we're going in the future, compassion, creativity, self-expression, empathy. You're going to like it. I think you're going to thrive there. And this eclipse is just on top of your sun, which can be about health in your Placidus chart, but in your whole sign, it's about creativity and love affairs. And it's going to trine your Mars, which is your chart ruler. So this is a pretty good eclipse for you. Like, truth be told, eclipses in the 12th house, can you have issues sleeping? Can there be some mental, emotional health stuff that can come up? Could you go to a hospital? Could you go to jail? I mean, sure. But to me, this is about you really getting in alignment and recognizing that, like, no, change is a good thing. And you're starting to feel the fact that I think Saturn and Neptune are going to be coming up, crossing your ascendant pretty soon. And like, you're going to have a brand new life the next 2 years. I think the other thing that I would watch is going to be, like I've said, in the springtime, when the North Node comes into conjunction, in your case, with your sun. So that's going to be in February. So you're really vibing out with whatever's going on in the world. And then Saturn's going to come in and it's going to hit your eclipse degree and your sun with Venus. That's going to be in April after a retrograde. Spiritual healing, retreats, working on the subconscious, working with dreams, intuitive development, foreign travel, spiritual practices, maybe, doing something where you're really getting serious about your meditation habits, or maybe some of your spiritual or your religious beliefs, right? That can be happening during that time period. But once we get out of spring of 2025 and the retrogrades are over, the eclipses are over, and Saturn and Neptune on your ascendant, you're going to be like, I'm a brand new person. There's some significant emotional behind the scenes shift that's happening that becomes very visible when those two planets cross into your ascendant next year. But yeah, if you have any placements in Pisces and Virgo, you're going to feel the effects of both of them. You may want to go back and look at what was happening the last time we were having these transits in the sky to get a bit of like a vibe and an idea of, what was kind of going on in your life. It may have been a time where you were changing your job, or you were changing something about your habits, or there was some kind of change in your routines, and maybe some health stuff came up for you, which made you realize that you needed more rest and kind of recuperation. That's my interpretation. So it looks like the last time that you had the South Node going through there in Virgo, looks like that was setting up for you in 2008. And a little bit different in 2007 going into 2009 because Saturn was there. But there's definitely some similarities here that I would go and look at. But for the most part, South Node in the 6th house is just letting go of habits, changes of work, in routine. And Saturn and Neptune adds a whole other flavor to this because it's much more about emotional, spiritual health and what you're kind of doing on an intuitive level and how you're better supporting like the emotional body and the spirit throughout some of this stuff. But like I look at this chart and I'm like, man, a chart like this really thrives, on its own or doing its own thing. So whatever's going on in the world with eclipses in Pisces and Saturn and Neptune, like you're like, okay, I can go and create my little safe space, or I meditate, or I go into my back kind of creative space and I paint, or I listen to music. Like you'll be able to navigate this. I'm not worried about that. Go and learn about Saturn transiting your sun. That can definitely bring some really significant kind of like soulmate-y things with relationships for you. And also lessons revolving around relationships and communication with authority figures. So fathers, husbands, brothers, bosses, that kind of stuff. And that'll be a huge theme for you spring of like next year. Okay. Hopefully that's helpful for you. All right. So we have Amanda and then Vanessa. Let's check this out. Amanda. Let's see. Amanda R. I think this was a synastry. Yeah. And then we have was Will, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Maggie, sorry. Maggie. So January 2nd, 85, 11:45 p.m. Let me fix that. And that's in Atlanta. 45. And then we've got Will, who is June 22nd, 88 at 6:30 p.m. in Charlotte. Nobody has left the list. If I said your name, you're on the list. You are several names down the list right now. Junkie, you're on there. I'll let you know when your name's coming up. All right, so Amanda and Will. So Amanda says, all right, here we go. Maggie, sorry, I keep going back and forth. All right, so can you look at the synastry chart and see what you see as opportunities and challenges in the coming months? I thought we were headed in one direction, but recent circumstances beyond our control have thrown a wrench into what we thought were our plans. I feel very confused and not sure where to go from here. Any insights would be appreciated. All right, cool. Gotcha. So, well, Amanda, I mean, you're a late degree Virgo rising. Neptune is right on your descendant. So that does seem to kind of suggest that there can be some question marks revolving around relationships and some clarity issues, or feeling like maybe somebody is evasive, or they're not as consistent, or they're kind of fading away, right? And we don't always see things so clearly when Neptune's on our descendant. There can be issues where people are doing these things, but it can also be about our perception of how we're seeing the relationship as well. And obviously the eclipse is coming in Pisces, so it's picking up close to your descendant. So it feels like there's big changing circumstances and things going on regarding the relationship at the moment. Your relationships are ruled by Jupiter, and Jupiter is in in Capricorn, and it's still receiving some trines from Taurus. Uranus is on top of your moon and your north node, so there's lots of emotional fluctuations going on. I mean, the truth is like, look, an eclipse on your descendant does bring some question marks revolving around the future of a relationship, but this is all going to get reactivated in the spring. So whatever happens, or whatever kind of conclusions or completions come up, I don't really feel like it's like a definitive ending, because I feel like either you're going to reconnect with that person, or there's going to be a sense of reassessing things down the road closer to March and April, in my opinion. And then two, the second eclipse that you're going to have in October is going to be very close to your ascendant. Okay, so actually no, here we go, eclipse. It's going to be within your first 10 degrees of your ascendant. So this is about redefining who you are outside of a relationship, right? With or without them. Until Jupiter comes out of a square with Saturn, I feel like this can be saying there's some communication issues, there's some delays in, really evolving into future commitment, or maybe marriage, or, maybe there's some schedule restraints that are kind of keeping you guys apart. But my money is on when your chart ruler goes retrograde next spring with Venus, that's when you really make a reevaluation of what's going on in relationships, and, what it is that you want here. End of March of next year, right? And then when we look at his chart, Sag rising, this is a tricky chart. Jupiter is going through the 7th house, which in theory expands relationships, especially because he's Jupiter and it's been conjunct Juno and Mercury. I've got one of these clients that has a chart like this. I don't want to air out your laundry on the internet, but when you say some things have come up, is it issues revolving around home and living situation, or is there other people involved? Because this person's got Mercury retrograde in the 7th, which is about reevaluation and karma revolving around relationships. This person's got karma with a lot of different relationships, a lot of different people. And that doesn't mean simultaneously, it's just he's been through the ringer in relationships. And then conjunct Venus retrograde in Gemini. So this Jupiter activating that and opposing Saturn means that there is a back and forth. Okay, so it's with his family. There's a back and forth going on where he's like, okay, I can grow in this way with a partnership, but, the squares to Saturn. This is where I live. This is my responsibility. This is my, home or family, whatever. And then it's also opposing Saturn and Uranus in the first house. Like, it's very clear to me with a chart like this, there's not going to be a lot of forward motion in a relationship until Jupiter is direct and it's coming back into conjunction with Mercury. April, May of 2025. And that'll be the final Jupiter square Saturn, which means probably by then, if he has gotten to where he's not as responsible for family members, or he's moved out, or he's not living with certain people, then there can be more growth that can happen in a relationship, right? And then Jupiter will hit his sun, so that can talk about some kind of growth in a relationship and like being closer to another person, but that's not coming until spring, summer of next year. So both of you guys are getting hit by the Jupiter-Saturn squares. Exactly. He feels like he has family stuff to deal with. Yeah, and I don't know what, this is he's got a messy chart. And I can only say that because, look at all the planets that he has conjunct in Gemini in opposition to Saturn and Uranus. It's not his fault. But Saturn and Uranus in the first house in Sag means they're having to learn how to kind of come to terms with how to manage stress, how to be independent, how to define themselves out of relationship with siblings and other family members. And he's got all of these planets in the 7th house square the North Node and also the South Node. So there is supposed to be some growth in a relationship and a partner being very optimistic about being like, well, this is where we can go and this is what we can do. And he's like, yes, but I have to figure out the home stuff first, or the family stuff first, And it's going to be a little tricky. I would also say Mercury retrograde in December, when his 7th house Lord's retrograde in his first in opposition square Saturn. This is the trying to kind of like figure out and plan, okay, how am I going to do this? When is this going to work? And it's gonna feel like 2 steps forward and 1 step back. So you have to be patient. But both of your charts seem to indicate not really a lot of like growth happening until closer to spring of next year. It's gonna be closer to that period of time. But my goodness, dude, like, has he gotten divorced already? Venus retrograde, conjunct Mercury in opposition to Saturn and Uranus, or did he have like a broken engagement, or like is he still trying to, support family or kids? Yeah, I was gonna say this guy's got to have at least 1 divorce under his belt. Oh man. Well, it's just the karma, and the squares to North Node and Mars is talking about kind of getting the home situation kind of set up and taking care of family, which I think is going to be a very big thing for him in the spring. Right? Saturn going through the 4th house, hitting his Mars, means he's been, ailing for people who have been sick, or people who have like potentially had some life-threatening stuff going on. So frustrating, but Jupiter is supposed to stay positive in his chart, and it's supposed to be kind of giving him advice and kind of talking to him and being there through that entire process, which could make everything all that much more sweeter down the road, especially when you get to the second half of 2025, when Jupiter and Saturn are trining. So there is going to be something positive that's going to come from it. But right now it's about kind of helping support him through this process, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that is helpful in giving you some insight, and pay attention to what's going on with him in the spring. That retrograde is going to be about him kind of needing a little bit more support than normal. You're welcome. It's not often that I go, wow, that's one heck of a chart, but I've got a couple of clients who were born in June of 1988. So every time I see that, my eyes get really big. I'm like, okay, this is going to be an interesting story. All right, so we've got Vanessa, Tiana, Crow's Nest. You guys are all on deck. All right, so let's see. No, Vanessa. Let's see here, Vanessa. All right. So let's pull up Vanessa's info. All right. right, so Vanessa, I've got you here June 8th, 89, and that was at 7:52 p.m. in Canada. Okay, she says, what is coming towards me in general? I've been feeling a shift, especially since my Jupiter return started, and now I'm seeing the eclipses happening right on my MC and my IC. So here we go. Jupiter return. What a sweet Jupiter return it was for you. Conjunct the sun. So was it relationships? Was it clients? Were you working like with a new trainer, a new teacher? Was it traveling? What happened there? It's a pretty good Jupiter return. You had some squares to Saturn, but it's not the end of the world, right? All right, so let's look at what's going on. So you had your Jupiter return. It's been bringing some goodies. You know, you're going to have another Jupiter return here pretty soon. So you're going to see Jupiter come back and it's retrograde. It's going to hit again, which looks like that's going to get pretty sweet right around the November 20th time, 20th, 21st, 22nd. And then you're going to see it go direct, and then it's going to come back and it's going to hit direct again. Lucky you. And that's going to be like right around mid-April. Okay? So remember those dates because that's when you're going to see them happening. All right, so you're asking about the eclipses. We've got the first one in Pisces. That's going to be happening for you right on your IC. So angles are sensitive. Things happen, right? And what is the fourth house? This is the womb of the natal chart. The fourth house is the most private, intricate part of your life. So the good thing is that whatever's going on is going to be pretty private, but through some of the shifts that are going on emotionally for you or with your home or your roommates or your family, whatever, it has an impact on your reputation, your career, your ability to get work done. Think about what's happened over the last couple weeks. Sun came into opposition with Saturn, where you were kind of like, I've got stuff going on at home or stuff emotionally, and I just got to keep showing up for work. Mercury made an opposition to Saturn, where you could have felt like it was challenging to communicate and relate to certain people. And now you're seeing these planets start coming into opposition with Neptune. And so, once again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I feel for Sag risings because you guys are getting kind of hit all over the place. But man, look at you, got a lot of Gemini too. So when you have a lunar eclipse in the fourth house, big completions, emotions, things shifting, revolving around your relationship, your home, your ancestry, your roots, your past. And it can be with one of your parents, one of your kids. It can happen with one of your roommates. It depends on your situation. So that makes you kind of feel like I need to stay home and like create a Zen den, right? For Gemini, it's 10 houses away from your sun. So you're going to hear it's about your career and your reputation and like, I think it's more about your parents. I think it's more about responsibilities in the home. I think it's more about feeling the heaviness of trying to figure out a home situation or responsibility for home or taking care of things. Watch for stuff with this eclipse that can affect water. So if you live in like a coastal area or, you know, you can have a leak or there can be something with a washer or dryer or a fridge or a sink, you know, something can go on with water and that can be the eclipse and you're like, what the heck? And this squares Jupiter, right? So the eclipse is bringing up the theme of being like, I'm going through all of these emotional changes and I need to be connected, Jupiter, to others, seventh house, communicate, Gemini. And this could be with a therapist, a partner. It could be with a sibling, you know, and it's saying like, I need to talk to somebody about this, or I need to be better about communicating and connecting my needs, or I need to be seeking help or support. Or I need to be, communicating with clients about some stuff that I've got going on. Like I've seen a couple of Sag risings already and Sag suns too that are already feeling the eclipses and they're like, something's going on with my grandma. You know, I'm not gonna be able to work. So I'm telling my clients, I'm having to take a week off. I'm sorry. I'll, get you rescheduled. I got to be home. That kind of stuff. And it doesn't necessarily need to be that dramatic, but it is going to bring your attention to older relatives with Saturn and Neptune being in your fourth house, So that eclipse is a highlight and kind of showing you, hey, this is what we're dealing with for the next 2 years. I can only tell you that I have Saturn and Neptune in my fourth house, and I have had the eclipses there, natally. I've had the eclipses over my Saturn and Neptune. My house flooded. There was a bunch of crime in the neighborhood. I was a hot ass emotional mess. I unfortunately had to bury a dog and some relatives. There was lots of changes going on in the home. So it was pretty textbook for me. I'm not going to say it's going to be the same thing, but Pisces is definitely water, emotions, and things that we don't see coming. And it may be setting up, kind of showing you where there's going to be some really significant changes for you emotionally and within your home over the next 6 months to year. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. See, your dog died today. I'm sorry to hear that. That always breaks my heart. But, Pisces is about completions of cycles and things that are emotional. And then on top of that, we see the 4th house, which is about ends of situations and completions and sometimes even burial. So these eclipses have been difficult for your chart because you have to kind of put on your happy face and go out and go to work or be on and do things. And you're not feeling like it is kind of what it's feeling like to me. So that eclipse is probably going to play out more in terms of changes with home and family dynamics in a couple months' time as you're getting into the spring of next year. And then obviously the next eclipse, the Libra eclipse, is still very close to your midheaven. You've got now a solar eclipse there where it's okay, this change happened and now there's a shift that's happening in regards to my work. I feel like for Sagittarius, it's a lot more friendly though. It does bring up the themes of the support from friends, connections with networks. For Gemini, it's going to be about dating and creativity. The only challenge is you got a whole lot of Capricorn in your chart, baby girl. So this eclipse is going to square all this Capricorn, which is going to be, well, if there are changes for me at work, how is that impacting me physically or financially? Right? I have a friend of mine who's a Sag rising who also born in 1989. I think they're born closer to February, but some of the same placements as you with this Capricorn stuff. And she texted me earlier and she's like, God damn this Pisces eclipse. She's like, I just walked out of my job and I quit. I'm going home. And I was like, oh, Sag rising things, And it's shown through the lunar eclipse, but through the solar eclipse, this is talking about new beginnings and something new that's emerging in terms of your relationship with your career and who you're working with or your friends and the support you're getting from other people. So take it easy with both eclipses. At least the solar eclipse, ruled by Venus. Venus is conjunct Pluto. To me, this is saying that if there are some pretty dramatic shifts and changes happening in your life during this period, you're going to have the support from other people. Friends are going to be there. I think work is going to understand if you're working. I do think that there can be some kind of clearing out some friendship drama that can definitely happen with the South Node eclipse here. And, just look at it as whatever is changing, whatever is ending with the South Node eclipse, it's planting a seed for something new that's kind of coming in. Where you can be you know what, screw it. If that's not a good friendship or not good connection, I'm creating space for somebody new to come in. And so it's pretty positive for a Gemini placement. It's just a little bit more challenging for all your Capricorn stuff, Thankfully, Jupiter's protecting you all year. Jupiter on your sun and your natal Jupiter means that you're going to have you can call your siblings, you can call your relatives, you can go for a walk, you'll meet people, you'll have relationship support if you want it, you'll have a therapist, you'll have an astrologer you check in with. These are all 7th house people who are going to kind of help you get a grip on some of the stuff that's kind of happening, right? Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you. Good luck. Good luck. So many of the mutable risings, man. All right, so now we've got Tiana, and then we're going to take Crow and Aphrodite. Let's see. If you guys haven't already liked the stream, can you like it for me? I would appreciate it. It helps the algorithm get out there. It lets people know that we're live, and it helps the channel grow. We just recently hit 37,000, so that's great. We're getting closer. All right, so let's look at Tiana, what she has to say. And let's see. All right. Tiana says, March 31st, 94, 4:26 a.m. in Boston. I have several things going on in my life at this moment. Yay, Saturn return and Jupiter and Gemini. I'm most concerned about moving back to my childhood home. Haven't moved yet. This legal matter with my ex, I met him last October, and pivoting my career to HR, more creative profession. What should I be prepared for with this eclipse? Should I run for cover? Well, everybody's going to want to feel like they want to run for cover with the Pisces eclipse. Thankfully, your Saturn return is pretty much done. Saturn is going to station at 12 degrees. So you're out of the burning house, but you're still feeling the fire, right? And it's not just your Saturn return. It's like Saturn on your ascendant, which is like a real grow up period. It's Saturn conjunct Mercury, which is like, dealing with some drama with relationships because it rules your 7th. Saturn conjunct your Mars, which is like money and like financial stuff. So it's like you got whipped by Saturn. And in all honesty, it's a really great preparation because Pisces is about being like, I'm doing away with this stuff. Aries is going to be about starting something new. So you're kind of cleaning house. And I have this theory, at least me personally, I believe in reincarnation. I think karma is very real. I think that the Saturn return is like that coming of age transit where we're paying our dues from our past life karma, right? And so all the themes leading up to that point where we're kind of evolving past that, like once you get to after Saturn return, things kind of get a little bit easier. So you're still getting spanked by Saturn until the beginning of the year. That's the truth. But it makes sense. Jupiter rules your chart. It's in the 4th house of home and family. It's squaring Saturn. So there's some resistance to going back home. And Saturn says, no, I don't want this. And Jupiter says it's going to be for the best. And like, honestly, Jupiter in the 4th, like to me, that's like, I'm going to go home and, I might have more than one family's house that I can visit or spend time in, or I can go back and forth, or I can be there for a period of time and like travel. Jupiter brings comfort. It brings luxury. So it's going to be a more comforting situation. You're going to have people to talk to. I think it's going to be good for you because you're in Aries and Jupiter in Gemini is about moving and being closer to your community, maybe your friends or maybe your extended family. So I say do it. When your chart ruler goes into the 4th house, you usually go and visit home. Sometimes we go back home depending on the planet. And because Jupiter and Saturn are going to square 2 times in August and also in December, it's probably a good time. It's probably a good idea to stay there, right? Until you get some things sorted and get some things settled. Even as like an Aries, Mars retrograde in Cancer is going to be about going back home, So when you go back home, it's up to you. I feel like probably by the time you're having a full moon in Gemini, which will be in Sag season, you'll be there. So like right around, December, something like that. But I think the eclipses are, for all Pisces risings, bringing up this feeling of being like, well, part of me wants to commit to something more seriously. And the other part of me is like, no, I don't. And there's a lot of unknown things because it's behind your sun. So for an Aries, there's this feeling of being like, okay, things are ending, but I don't know where it's going to go or what's going to happen. And really, it's about you trusting the process. Number one, Saturn conjunct Mercury means you're done with the relationship stuff, or you've blocked somebody, you're not talking to them, you're over it, it's not working. Something that had some kind of falling out that happened between you and another person is what's prompting the Jupiter square in your 4th house, which is, partially responsible for going back home. So whether it's a breakup or something that happened, that's allowing you to go and have the safety and security at home. The second eclipse that you're going to have, which will be in Libra, is in opposition to your sun. So it's like, dude, you're getting it all over the place. And that for Aries is very relational, and a solar eclipse is about some kind of action that you're taking in regards to relationships with a conjunction to Mercury in opposition to your sun, which means there's going to be some exchanges, statement, legal proceedings, Libra at a 10 over long-standing issues and problems. And that is going to come into a quincunx with Saturn, which means it's going to be your word against theirs. So that looks fun. Venus is going to be conjunct your Jupiter, which is your whole sign 9th house Jupiter, which is going to be the protection legally. So if you are going through some legal stuff, I think you have some protection there. I think you have some support. But for Pisces risings, there's going to be a lot of clearing the karma or exposing people or partners or dealing with some kind of financial exchange or some kind of balancing of the scales, right? So that's fun. And you've got Pluto wrapping up a square to your Venus. Girl, what happened? Like, what happened with this stuff? It almost looks like things got kind of ugly with Pluto square Venus. And probably through the recent eclipses in Aries and Libra, you started seeing some relationship breakdown. And then you're like, yeah, I got to go my own way. That looks like some really rough stuff happened. Like, that's not... that looks like you had to learn the hard way, as much as I hate to say that. And it still isn't over because this eclipse is going to be allowing somebody to speak their piece. And then there is, it's still really kind of closing some of this stuff up until Pluto is no longer square your Venus and Saturn is no longer conjunct your Mercury. Like usually when I see the Mercury Saturn aspect and the Pluto square Venus, like people are like, I got a restraining order, you know, I blocked this person, like that kind of stuff happened. But the Saturn return's almost done. You know, by the time Saturn is leaving that conjunction with your Mercury and your Mars, so that'll be February, you're pretty much done. You'll still have eclipses. You know, like you, I had 3 planets conjunct Saturn. I got screwed, man. Saturn went through Capricorn and it hit my Uranus, it hit my Venus, my chart ruler, it hit Saturn, it hit Neptune. And then what happened? Then the North Node came in and it was doing it. No, then the South Node came through there. And then Saturn came in conjunction with my North Node. So you're going to have what's going to feel like an extended Saturn return because the transiting North Node is still going to be in conjunction to all of your Pisces placements, which is self-preservation 101, what's best for me, listening to my intuition. And then Saturn's going to go into Pisces, Saturn's going to go into Aries, and in about a year and a half, it'll conjunct your sun. Until Saturn is off of your sun, it's about you, yourself, and yourself only. That's it. Nobody else. I'm not saying you can't have relationships, but what you're going to be learning, I think, is that you're going to be more cautious of other people. You're going to put yourself first. You're going to have better boundaries. Like, yeah, I mean, it is rough, but until Saturn leaves that conjunction with your sun, that's what it's going to be. And when you see a better transit to your Mercury, right? Like next year when Jupiter is trine Mercury, you know, relationships can get better. Jupiter going into your 5th house, love stuff, relationships will be better next summer. But this is all about you being like, I need to focus on what's best for me. And in 2025, it's going to be kind of getting things straight and being more so financially independent with Saturn and Neptune going into Aries. So stay home. I think with Jupiter in the 4th house, I'd stay home until the end of the year, at least. You know, take care of yourself, heal, work what you got to work on, you know, get some money with stuff right, get that in order. And then you can have a better kind of game plan as you're getting closer to the beginning of the year if you decide that you want to make some changes in that department. Okay? Hopefully that's helpful. Man, got spanked by Saturn with that transit. Ah! Gives me PTSD of my own Saturn return. It does get better, though. It does get better. All right, so we've got Crow, Aphrodite, and then we have Katie. Let me update some of this stuff because I don't think, let's see, we've got Lisa here. Did I take Lisa already? Yeah, I think I did. Hold on, I want to make sure. Got so many people here. Lisa, we already did your reading, right? Lisa, yeah, okay, so that's done. So we have, let's see. So we have Crow, Aphrodite, Katie, Kate, Kristen, Vintage, Eve, Maya, Zen, and Rhea. So, thank you. I'm not sure. Okay, so that's you, Crow, right? All right, I got to plug some of this info in. So give me 5 minutes to put these charts in. You guys get a drink or get a snack or whatever, and then we will continue. So 215.83. Okay, you're Crow. And that was at 10:52 p.m. And that was in Burns, Oregon. Okay, gotcha. And let's do Aphrodite. And is Aphrodite here? Did you put in your birth information? I don't have you, my dear. Yes, I don't think so. Let me double check. Oh no, I do have you. I take that back. I do have you. All right. Katie. Thank you guys for your patience. I appreciate it. Let's see, May 15th, 98. 6:20 p.m. Let's see. I got a donation from Kate, but you didn't send the right amount. So let me know if you want to send the balance or if you want me to refund you. $324.89. Okay, so I've got Joy and Gary. We've got Rose. November 10th, 78. $6:42 p.m. Let's see. So for Maya, I need your info. I don't know if you sent it, but I need your birth information, time, date, location, city. I need that to be able to do your reading. If you can send that in the chat. And for Zen Moment, who is that? You didn't send your info. So I need you to send that information for me in the chat. Thanks, Maya. I got you. Zen moment. Zen moment. Nine 1778. All right, so other than Zen Moment, who I still haven't heard from, we'll see if they pop in. I think I have everybody. So let's see. So we need to pick up where we left off. And it looks like that's going to be with Crow, Aphrodite, and then Katie. All right, so let's pull up Crow. Unless I put another name in. No, I feel like I had this. Where did it go? Let's see. Crow. Did you give me another name? Maybe not. Let's see. February 15th, 83. .52 p.m. Burns, Oregon. All right. I don't know where the chart went, but no, we don't. All right, so I've got you here, Crow, February 15th, 83 at 10:52 p.m., Scorpio rising, and your sun's in Aquarius and your moon is in Aries. All right, so you're feeling a little burnt out. You need some encouragement. Let's see what we got going on with your chart. Let's put it on today. There we go. All right. So probably what I'm assuming is that feeling burnt out is a combination of a couple things. One is Uranus is squaring your sun. So that does feel like there's been a lot of stuff going on, feeling overstimulated, trying to figure out what direction you're going in with, you know, career, responsibility, relationships. You're almost at the end of this transit. So this is almost done. So you're going to see that this is going to clear up here pretty soon. Some of the destabilizing aspects are just feeling kind of like frustrated, like you're kind of going back and forth. There's definitely some issues. Oh, hold on. The chart will be up in just a second. Give us just a second. You'll see when you see your chart that Uranus has been in a square to your sun here. So that brings some destabilizing things with relationships. That also leads to feeling kind of burnt out mentally, especially at 27, and the sun rules your career. So you're coming out of what's been a square there for like the last year and a half. Pluto, your chart ruler, back in Capricorn in the third house, mental communication, you know, feeling that kind of pressure. Even right now, Moon Pluto coming in conjunction and a square to Pluto. So you're in your Pluto square. So this is about breaking through the way that you communicate, the way that you think, and kind of connect with other people. Thankfully, it's in a trine to Uranus, so that's like a way out. And you've got Saturn coming up on your Venus. It looks like it's now retrograding. But wait, there's more. The eclipse is going to be right on top of your Venus. So if you need some kind of encouragement or some kind of excitement, certainly an eclipse on top of Venus and Mars, you are Mars, other people are Venus, in your fifth, can be bringing creativity, inspiration, opportunity for romance, new hobbies, right? I mean, I think it's a really romantic aspect to have Mars and Venus in your 5th house in Pisces. Yes, it's probably felt like a bit of a bummer because Saturn has been there and there's been some delays with things kind of coming through, whether that's happiness or feeling like you have free time or something to kind of invest your energy into. But this is kind of like waking you up again. And it's also in a sextile to Uranus. So it might make relationships feel a little bit more exciting, a little bit more spontaneous, so that there's more opportunity to connect with other people. And your chart ruler Mars at the time is right on top of your North Node. So this might prompt some like spontaneous opportunities, you know, for travel, workshops, education, learning. It says, I'm super pessimistic and working on letting it go and trusting. Well, that's kind of like the Scorpio Saturn on your ascendant, you know. I feel like if you've got a Scorpio rising, these people are a little bit more they're like less tolerant of bullshit. They're more realistic, you know, they're more direct, and sometimes they can feel like things can be difficult or challenging. But Scorpio risings, they go through this like process where every 7, years, things change in a very big way in your life. You'll go through like several lifetimes in one life. You'll live different places, be in different relationships, have different kind of career paths. But I think one of the better transits you can have is when you have Saturn, going through your 5th house, where you can figure out, well, what is going to make me happy? What am I going to enjoy doing? It's no longer trying, your ascendant or your Saturn anymore, but it is starting to now come into, like I said, a sextile with Uranus. And as Mars goes through Cancer for the next several weeks, it's also going to trine this. So this is like meeting people at a distance, planning travel, trips, learning things. Like, I think it's a nice break, honestly. Probably where you're feeling the pinch is just Pluto square Pluto. And if you've got Saturn conjunct Pluto, Saturn at a 4, which deals with the past and emotions, and then Pluto at 29, which deals with some drama with relationships. The Pluto square Pluto is pretty gnarly because it's not just squaring Pluto, clearing out all of the relationship issues or the karmic blocks in relationships in your 12, but it's starting to square Saturn, so it can be showing you where you can be fearful, where you can have your armor up, where you can be pessimistic, where you can be afraid of vulnerability. And so there's some softening effects that kind of comes up with the eclipses in your 5th house, which is prompting opportunity to open yourself up at a heart level and be a little bit more vulnerable and like experience what can be something really magical. Usually a Saturn transit with Venus is not great, but if you have an exalted Venus, and it's the ruler of your 7th house, this is trying to get you to kind of broaden your horizons in the ways that you can communicate and connect with people and meet people. So that's either through traveling or online or communications. And I think that eclipse might bring you something really significant. I'm not just saying that. You'll see more of this when Saturn comes back into conjunction with your Venus. And then you'll start to see the North Node come into conjunction. And it could be hobbies that you love. It could mean that you meet a younger person and you're like crazy about them. It could mean that you're opening the door to new forms of self-expression and artistic abilities and things of that nature with those transits in your 5th house, I've never been happy always solving problems. Yeah, it sounds like some Saturn stuff, but I think by the same token, when the North Node is coming into conjunction with your chart ruler and also Venus, you're going to find someone or something that you're really going to enjoy that I think is going to open things up in a very big way. And you'll see this probably the most in September. And then when Mars comes into trine with your Venus and your Mars, so that'll be mid-October. And then you're going to see this again when Mars trines Venus and stuff in your 5th. That's going to be in January. And then when the retrogrades happen and the other eclipses come through here in the spring of 2025, I think there is something emerging that could be like relationship-y, right? Because, if you have Mars and Venus in conjunction, you do want partnerships and relationships. You do want love. That is wanted. But it is working out some kinks with the squares to the nodes and also the squares to Neptune. So it's about further defining what is actually going to make me happy. And Pisces is stuff that's more emotional. It's about music. It's about art. It's about, dance and things that are going to be more kind of 5th housey. So it's trying to kind of get you to spend time thinking about some of those hobbies or participating in some of those things, Don't worry, if it's freezing, you can come back and you can listen to this. But I would pay attention to those dates, and especially in the spring of next year, because when your 7th house lord goes retrograde in the 5th and it's going over those placements, it's about some kind of destined encounter or meeting that you're supposed to be having. that can really, like open the heart up in a very big way. And by then you're done having Pluto square Pluto. So you kind of cleared out some of the karmic gunk revolving around relationships at that time. Anyway, I hope that that's helpful for you. Come back and let me know what happens after that eclipse. I'd be curious because it's pretty prominent in your chart. All right. Let's see, who else do we have? So we have, we're going to be doing Aphrodite and then Katie and then Kate. All right. So we have Aphrodite. There we go. What's up, Aphrodite? Cancer rising, Sun in Gemini, Moon in Virgo. I moved recently to Florida. I lost my job in May. My question is, I've been applying for jobs. When will my next one finally come through? Any foresight? Okay. So let's take a look. Let's see what's happening. So work is going to be, especially as a Cancer rising, connected more so to like Aries. It looks like with Mars in Cancer, there's definitely some incentive, especially as Mars is starting to come into a square with the North and the South node. There is an incentive to like work. Jupiter rules your workspace. It's in your 12th, and it's also being squared by Saturn. So there can be some question marks revolving around, well, do I need to look in other areas? Is it possible maybe that I need to be doing some training? Hold on, I'm just seeing what you're saying. Here we go. Okay, since last reading from April, I met a lover, left them, lost my job, near fatal car accident. I'm glad you're okay. Wow, no vehicle. Family and I moved into a new house in the city. Been through a lot last couple of months, lots of chaos, finally settling down. Going forward with the eclipse, how will it affect me? I've been applying for jobs and I've been laid off. Been tired and curious when I'll get my next job, part-time, career related. You privately mentioned I would meet someone once I moved. I moved? Okay, cool. I'm glad to hear you're okay. Wow, that's a lot. So Mars, traditionally for a Cancer rising, is connected to the 10th house. And Mars is coming into the square with the North and the South node. And it's in the 12th. So there's this feeling of being like, I'm looking for something, but I'm feeling like I'm spinning my wheels. So my thoughts on this are, unless we see a positive aspect, either involving Jupiter or Mars, which are both in your 12th house, you may not see something right away. That doesn't stop you from looking, right? Mars square the nodes means in this next week you're searching, but you're not going to see any headway yet. Here's what I think. I think that you're much more likely to be starting a job after the eclipse. So you're going to have an eclipse on your midheaven right here. Okay? This will be on September 17th. So this is about keeping the faith and focusing on the vision of the type of dream, of the type of job that you're going to be getting. It sounds silly, but like I would be making a mental list or making an actual list of all of the things you would like to be doing for work, or what it looks like, what it feels like, the kind of work that you're doing. Before you go to bed at night, I want you to visualize that. I want you to think about that. I want you to imagine what it's like to get the phone call or get the email. Hey, we want to hire you. Come in for your first day. Because the eclipse in your midheaven with Pisces means that you have to visualize it. You have to actually dream it. You have to see it for it to become real, square to Jupiter in your 12th. If you can do that, and maybe you do get a call around the eclipse, I don't know, but if you can do that, my thoughts are by the time you get to what will be the full moon in Aries, you're going to have a full moon that's going to be right on top of your Jupiter, which is going to expand and make it possible for you to work. Sorry, I'm kind of jumping all over here. There we go. So it looks like that full moon is going to be around the 16th of October. And this is some big decision or opportunity for growth within your career. And it's going to square Mars, which means probably you're going to get something. They're going to be like, can you start? Can you start now? Or maybe you have to do some training leading up to that point and then you start. But it's looking more so positive for working right around mid-October. Something can happen sooner. The eclipse on your midheaven, I feel like it is about setting the stage for getting an idea of what you want to do. But I feel more confident that you're probably going to be jumping into some kind of work when you have a full moon in your 10th, on top of your Jupiter, which is about working, trine your North node, which is about making money. So my hard line is going to be right around the mid-October period. I had a job interview with a company based out of Europe. I had the second interview with good energy, but haven't heard back yet. Yeah, and like the thing is that, you know, when the other eclipse comes in September, I know I'm jumping around, but when we have the eclipse in Pisces here in a couple days, it's in your 9th. So it can be about like a place you have to travel to or something that's in a foreign land. And, you know, part of the aspects of the squares to Jupiter can also be about communications and waiting for responses, and that there can be some like language things that are coming up. You know, the eclipses in your 9th and your 3rd are going to be about learning, traveling, language, communications, and it's all squaring Jupiter, which is about working in a foreign place or around foreigners or people who might speak different languages. So I would say from mid-September to mid-October is when it's on, but my gut is telling me it's going to be closer, that you're going to be starting something closer to about a month from now, right around mid-October. Okay? And you'll still have a retrograde, by the way, in the fall. Not so much the fall, more like the winter, but it's going to be the end of November going into December. There'll be a retrograde here in your 6th house. That could be about changing directions with work, going back to work. And it'll try to Mars retrograde in your 2nd. So even though I see work coming in, you could change departments, change schedules. You know, there could be something going on where there's a change that's going to be happening at the end of the year, right? Anyway, hopefully that's helpful for you. Sending you lots of good vibes. I think definitely like a full moon on your Jupiter is pretty fortuitous in October. The job is remote, but quarterly physical get together, which I love. Retrograde affects my work. How? So it can be that you're connecting with some of those people. So Mercury can be about foreign lands. So there may be connecting with people at a job as early as end of November going into December, March going into April, you know, July going into August, because that's when you're going to have retrogrades. They're going to light this chart up like a Christmas tree. But changes with scheduling and traveling and plans seem to kind of come up in Sagittarius season and also in Aries season next year. But I think a full moon conjunct Jupiter is generally pretty good. You know, if you have that in your 10th house, it's possibly getting something that ends up being really great. It's just it comes on suddenly because of the squares to Mars. And you're like, okay, now I'm working, you know? That's going to be an interesting full moon. Come back and leave me a comment. Like if the midheaven eclipse brings you a job, great, but I think it's going to be this one in October, personally. Hopefully that's helpful for you. Let's see. So who else do we have here? All right. It's most likely going to be management because the eclipse is going to be conjunct Saturn, and you have Mars that's ruling the 10th whole sign house of management, and it's going to square Jupiter. So it looks like it's going to be some kind of management or leadership role, most likely. All right, so we've got Katie, and then Kate, and then we have Christine. You're welcome. All right, Katie, let's open that up. Or Katie with a C. All right, Katie with a C. Let's look at your question. Katie says, Albuquerque, New Mexico, general themes for the full moon. 5:15:98, 6:20 p.m. So your Scorpio rising, Sun in Taurus, and Moon in Capricorn. Let's look. Ooh, you got an eclipse conjunct your Jupiter. That's a fortuitous one. Katie, what's going on in your love life right now, girl? Full moon in your 5th house, conjunct Jupiter, Uranus conjunct Mars and the Sun. Like, what is happening? So, you know, full moon, lunar eclipse, big emotional changes, completions, big changes revolving around matters of the heart in the 5th house. Sometimes this can be an eclipse where you like walk into a bar and you meet somebody and you fall in love. This can also be an eclipse where you get more focused on what's going on with your creative hobbies. You know, Pisces is like dancing, singing, art, you know, film, anything in regards to creative expression. And so if you have your Jupiter there, you know, you're creative, and Saturn is helping bring structure to some of those things, or structure to your love life. Love life is confusing. So the eclipse is trying to kind of bring you something good. Jupiter is trying to bring you something solid. Your Jupiter is at a 22. And this is sextiling your 7th house of committed relationship. And Uranus is on your Mars. So it's saying like there can be opportunities to connect and collaborate with people or meet people very quickly. Film, you're so into film and short film. So an eclipse in the 5th house could be like, I'm trying to complete a project, or I'm putting a lot of time and energy into something that's very personal to me, or something that I'm creating and putting together. But Pisces is friendly with Scorpio. And at the time of the eclipse, your chart ruler, Mars, is squaring the nodes. So it's about storytelling, adventure, creativity, self-expression, teaching or sharing something, traveling, feeling inspired, basically. And that's with your creative sense of self. So there can be a sense of wanting to kind of complete some kind of a project that you're working on, or something that's very personal to you, And then obviously the sextiles to your sun, which is about your career, opens the door to creative collaborations and connections with people who can kind of help you make some of this stuff possible. Right? And your Mars. So you might have other people who want to help you work on it or create or act in it or, help you edit it, whatever. So I think that's really what's coming up. It'll take some time to see this unfold. But as I've said many, many times, this, especially in your chart, I think this is going to creep up on you a little bit. I don't think you're going to see it immediately. Because when Saturn starts coming in conjunction with your Jupiter, this is when you're getting serious about wanting to make money from your creative process, right? So you're like, I made this thing and it's like really important. I'm putting time into it, but like, how do I make money doing this? Or how do I sell this? Or how do I monetize this? And that's what you're going to be thinking about in December and in March, April of 2025. So it's like getting serious about your creative expression and being like, okay, how do I bring more people in and how do I find ways to be able to promote this? Connection for me have been super hard lately, nothing long lasting. Yeah, but that's a little different. Once you start having eclipses in your 5th house, it's a different situation, especially when Saturn's involved, right? You have Venus in the 6th. That can be challenging sometimes for relationships. And if you're a Scorpio rising with Venus in Aries, it means that you end up meeting somebody through work or through some kind of work collaboration or connection. You guys end up dating. So you need a collaborative partner, right? And Venus is at a 13, so it means something will move very quickly, or you end up working on something together, or work brings you guys together, or something like that. Could you meet at a gym, or could you, meet at a health club, or, at the laundromat? Sure. But that Venus already in Aries is a bit debilitated. And then that on top of the fact that it's in the 6th makes relationships a little bit more challenging, and it's within range of Saturn. This wants you to find somebody who has the same work ethic as you, somebody who works the way that you work, or they're going to help work on things that you guys both appreciate and value, right? And the North Node's been there. You're going to have an eclipse near your Venus in the spring too. So there's definitely love stuff here. But I think it's going to be about getting into the swing of maybe trying to collaborate and connect with other people that can really emphasize the opportunity to be able to connect. Relationships haven't been consistent because Uranus has been conjunct Mars. It means it's been back and forth, off and on, and you've probably seen some people that have been like kind of just wild or inconsistent and then conjunct your sun. So there's been a lot of like frustrations and ego issues and back and forth, but that's about done. You're going to see that wrap up here by the end of the year, and then I think things are actually going to get really good from the spring on, right? So you just want to find other people who are going to be kind of putting some of their same focus and efforts into some creative collaborations the way you are, because you're going to end up being with somebody who's going to do that type of work, right? Hopefully that's helpful for you. Now we have Kate, and then we'll take Christine, and then we'll take Rose. All right, so we've got Kate here. And that was 3/24/89, 9:36 p.m. in Illinois. You're welcome. All right, so this is for Kate. What can I expect as far as meeting someone in the next couple months? How does the eclipse affect my Mercury? How does the next eclipse conjunct my Mercury affect me? Well, let's see. So let's talk about the eclipse. So the eclipse is for you technically in your 4th house, but it's right on the cusp of your 5th. So you might see a little bit of both. You know, can it affect your emotions and your home and your family? Yeah. But it's right on the cusp and it's conjunct Mercury. Well, what does Mercury rule for Scorpio rising? 8th house. Change, transformation, vulnerability, taxes, secrets, psychological things, uncovering information, research. You know, Jupiter is there right now, so that might be stuff that's kind of coming up for you. And what is Mercury? Communication, ideas, information. Now you've got Mercury in Pisces, so it means it's just more about feeling drawn to mysticism, spirituality, divination, you know, 8th house things, and you're wanting to, for hobby, listen to those videos, read books on that, learn more about magical or intuitive, occult-related things. And your Mercury's at 24, so it definitely is about this stuff. It can be prompting some really deep conversations or reflecting on what you need in terms of relationships and vulnerability. And that's important because you're about to go through some really big Venus transits. So if you look at your chart, Venus rules your 7th. And over the next 2 years, Neptune and Saturn are going to hit your Venus, which means this is about getting really clear about what you want in relationships, or if you want to have kids, right? 5th house. If you're getting into a relationship that feels like true love. And sometimes when Saturn and Venus transit each other, you know, there can be some kind of significant relationship that we're dealing with. So that'll go on and off all next year. But Neptune will be in the mix too. So it's going to be about love and sacrifice and what you're willing to give up for the person that you love, or a kid if you have a kid, 5th house. Because Venus rules your 7th, you know, the eclipse very close to your Venus can be promoting and kind of prompting, bringing in romantic relationship opportunities for you now, but it's going to be something that you're going to be working on for the better part of like the next 18 months while the North Node hits your Venus, while Neptune hits it, while Saturn hits it. So it's going to be a process. So I need to see some other outer planets doing things to your Venus. Now, maybe, let's say the end of this year, like from the full moon in Taurus in November, right here, November 15th, that can be relationship stuff because it's going to sextile your Venus and Saturn. And when you see the North Node come into conjunction with your Venus. So I would say mid-November, maybe even like sometime at the end of December, beginning of January, when the North Node's on your Venus, you could meet someone. Another situation, Scorpio rising, right? And you've got your 7th house lord in the in Aries. Technically yours is in the 5th, so you might meet somebody at a bar. You might meet them through some kind of creative collaboration. You might meet them in a gym. And when the North Node hits Venus, you'll meet somebody, I think, who might be a combination of Aries, Leo. Yeah, Aries and Leo in their chart. It's going to be like a fire placement. And maybe Gemini. So some of those planets are going to kind of pop up. Difficult those signs. Difficult chart. Scorpio rising with Mars in Gemini in the 7th and Venus in Aries. I feel like so much of what's going on right now is about focusing on health habits and routines. And if you can do that, then there can be healthier relationship opportunities and time to kind of meet and connect with people that can come up. But go and learn about Saturn transit your Venus. That's about serious lessons in karma and relationships. And then Neptune transit your Venus, you know, about getting clarity in relationships. Like, it almost seems like there's a setup right now where you're going to start meeting people and dating again, but the next 18 months is going to be like really looking at things, being like, am I really into this person? You know, and they could be younger than you, by the way, in the 5th house. And it can be somebody who's also like very fitness oriented or into like athletics, or somebody who's really into health, and they may help you with some of your your hobbies, your creative endeavors. And there's going to be lots of you asking yourself, you know, is this like my person? And I think with Jupiter being in your 7th house, it's a good year to meet somebody as well. But certainly having all that Scorpio and all that Aries and Gemini, relationships are not easy for you with some of these placements. Sometimes you feel like you have challenges with partners. So there's going to be like this, sense of really reflecting on, what do I want? What's going to make me happy? And that's going to be a huge theme. But I think maybe it's more about kind of getting on the horse and like dating a little bit, you know, in the fall before it really develops into something serious. So I would use the eclipse on your Mercury to really ask yourself, what am I looking for? You know, what are the questions I need to ask myself in terms of dating, and what I'm ready for, and maybe start thinking about, doing some journaling on relationships or on vulnerability or on fears to kind of help you become aware of where there are some blockages and where there's been some challenges in relationships in the past. Okay? Hopefully that's helpful for you, giving you some insight how to meet someone and how to navigate that. All right, so we have, good night, Christine, and then we have Rose, and then we have Eve. All right, so this is going to be for Joy and Gary. I'm going to do your guys' composite chart because that's usually how I do this for you guys to make predictions. So Joy, you know, you're a Virgo rising, so you've got these eclipses in your 7th house. So it's all pertaining to your clients, your patients, your partner, all that stuff. And it's close to your moon, so it's going to be bringing up themes revolving around, you know, what are my goals in regards to myself and my partner, and what changes are we making in our work and our schedule and the business that we kind of have together. Very friendly with all your Scorpio placements. It's going to trine your money house, so I think communication with a partner and productivity is key. And it's also trining your 10th house, which is good for your career and reputation. This might be like hiring staff, changing schedules, like kind of cleaning something up so that way there's better productivity. That's kind of the feeling that I'm getting. And for his chart, the eclipse is technically going to be in his 5th house, so it's about getting creative, finding solutions to problems, taking chances, making investments. And that is going to be, let's see, making some trines to his Saturn and his money house, and then also making some trines to the 9th, promoting travel. I didn't even really look at your question. Let me see what your question was here. Okay, so how does this lunar affect us in our business, family, health, any trips coming overseas? So I see it in Tim's chart. There's definitely some themes revolving around eclipses in the 9th that's going to be about traveling overseas for sure. This is your guys' composite chart. Okay, so it's the midpoint between both of your charts, so it kind of gives me some insight as to, you know, what's going to be happening for both of you guys. You're going to have the full moon lunar eclipse in your 6th, so schedule, health, habits, and timing, employees, place of work, that kind of stuff. And it looks like this is going to trine your guys' Neptune, so it's about kind of getting in touch with what you're hoping to achieve, especially financially or in terms of like physical stuff. And then you're going to see the, let's see, sextile to Uranus in your 8th, helping make changes in regards to resources and money. And this is going to be squaring Jupiter. So it's about getting on track with scheduling and planning when it comes to traveling. Like it's settling the business first, then making plans to go places. Coming up with better health habits and routines also seems to be another theme for you. And this is going to oppose your guys' composite Pluto, Mercury, Uranus. So it's about kind of ironing out some of like the blind spots maybe, you know? Is that you, Christine? I can't tell because you spell it differently. But I've got you, let's see. I've got you here at 2 a.m. November 20th, 77. So if that is you, that's the time that I have for you. Yeah. So I have 29 degrees Virgo rising. It would be off by 2 degrees, but the eclipse is still going to be in the same place. It's not going to make a difference. The eclipse is still going to be in your 6th house. If you're a Libra rising, yeah, November 20th, 77, yeah. I have you placid as 2 degrees. It could just be the housing system you've used, but I have you Virgo rising. But the eclipse on your moon, you know, is definitely making you feel like you want to make time to get out and kind of connect and socialize. But In the composite chart, it looks like there is plans for being able to travel. I would avoid traveling in December because you're going to see Saturn and Jupiter square in this composite chart. I would also say be very careful with what's going on with like your guys' employees. Like eclipses in the 6th house can bring up some issues that are being brought to your attention where it's like, okay, are people not following protocol, or, you know, are we needing to hire people to come in and help us organize things? Do we need assistance? Do we need to be better about scheduling and like timing? Like there's something there that's kind of getting set up where you're becoming aware of, you know, where you need to have better productivity, right? And be avoiding any issues revolving around misscheduling or like legal stuff. Like, I don't know if you guys have any legal stuff going on, but the squares to Jupiter can promote that as well. And let's see. And then the other eclipse is going to be pretty much on your ascendant, conjunct Saturn. So if you guys want to travel and you want to go overseas, you're going to want to do this when maybe Mercury is coming into trine with Jupiter. So you could do this around mid-October, right? I know that's kind of short notice. You could do it then. Or another option would be to go and do some traveling when Mercury is no longer retrograde, and maybe it's in your 5th house, which is going to be more about kind of having fun and socializing. And it can be about holidays, and that's going to trine Jupiter, so it's good for travel. And it's also going to trine your ascendant. So you're looking at closer to like February of 2025, you know? Or you wait until planets come into conjunction with each other in the 9th. So you could do something in early July of 2025 and early August of 2025 when Venus and Jupiter are in the 9th house, right? But yeah, definitely not December. And for some reason, the eclipses were bringing up squares to Jupiter. That's like, we got to talk to a travel agent. We got to talk to, you know, we got to talk to a legal aid, or we got to talk to a lawyer, you know, somebody who's going to help you guys kind of work through some of like the 6th house habits. I'm always dealing with legal and insurance and taxes issues. Yeah, I mean, I think that just make sure that everything is being done by the book with these eclipses. That's my recommendation, you know, because there's definitely going to be some stuff where you're going to be like, we need somebody to handle this or to file this, or we need somebody to do this before a certain time. But I mean, this is the midpoint. So like when I look at yours, I'm not really seeing that as much. You know, I think the eclipse is going to be more about relationship to clients and also your partner. It's the other eclipse for you that's going to be important. You know, the 1st house eclipse conjunct your North Node. This is about transformation of self, health, habits. Having a eclipse in your 6th house and an eclipse in your 1st house is putting all of your attention on your health, you know? And if you're waiting for contracts, you're going to see better transits when Mercury is coming into better aspect. So you're going to want to wait until, for example, Mercury is no longer opposing, you know, Saturn or Neptune, but when Mercury starts trining Uranus right around September 24th, or Pluto right around September 25th, that can be better for contracts. And look, Moon will go through Mars. So you'll probably see something more within about 10 days in regards to that. But overseas, just be very careful at the end of the year, because I don't think it's going to go over very well. And this is about figuring out how to travel and go and do things in other places and be able to manage the day-to-day routine, the office, the kind of workflow, or bringing in other people who can help you with that process, so that way you can feel like you can kind of travel and do what you need to do, right? Hopefully that's helpful. I know you have another one that's going to be for one of your other family members, so they're coming up in just a minute. All right, so we have Rose, and then we have Eve and Maya. Let's see, where's Rose? All right, Rose, this is for you, the vintage junkie. I've got you here, a Gemini rising, Sun in Scorpio, and your moon is in Aries. And let's see what Rose says. How can I best deal with this lunar eclipse and all the future Pisces Virgo eclipses? Does anything stand out for you? Well, I'll give you a general run through. Here's what I think. I think that if we look at the first eclipse here, it's pretty aspected in your chart. So first things first, you have an eclipse that's in an angular house. So the 1st, 4th, 7th, and 10th houses are going to be the houses that are going to be the most active. So when you see, stuff going on there, it kind of ping pongs all over this chart, and it brings up a lot of stuff in other places. 10th house eclipse. Changes revolving around reputation, career, bosses, and the direction of where you're going with your professional life. Full moon lunar eclipse is like a curveball. We don't know what's coming. We don't see it. We do know that it's ruled by Jupiter, so it's squaring Jupiter on your ascendant, which means you're optimistic about whatever changes need to happen in Pisces about what we're wrapping up or completing or what we believe in. So regardless of what happens, you have to remind yourself, well, the universe is definitely putting me on the path of having to kind of reorganize or redirect myself and figure out what my dream job is or what I'm here to do. So faith, belief, prayer, meditation, and really staying positive and open-minded and know that some doors are closing and some are opening is the key. Second is you're going to have the eclipse right on your south node. So this is about a clearing. This is about past experiences, past jobs, past work karma, ruled by Jupiter. Where's your natal Jupiter? In the 3rd. So it's going to be about conversations with bosses about changes going on in the office or a change of your mind when it comes to the direction with your career and your reputation. So the square to Jupiter makes it all that much more interesting because it means that maybe you're shifting your perspective on, okay, well, what do I believe in? And what do I believe I'm here to do? And what is my purpose, And if your south node is in Pisces, it means that in past lives, you've been very woo-woo. There's been a sense of kind of throwing caution to the wind, especially when it comes to your work and your career. And maybe you did something that was more mystical, magical, spiritual, artistic, music, or something that's just more Piscean, or you made sacrifices for work in the past. So this is your reverse nodal return. Right? So what's good about this is that you have the benefit of the South Node in Pisces, so you know how to navigate the North Node in Pisces, and it'll actually bring you into fields that feel more on your wavelength or more creative or self-expressive. The transiting South Node is going to conjunct your North Node, which means it's helping you also kind of benefit from whatever past work you've done in your Saturn's return or even, during Virgo transits. And usually when the North Node goes into the 10th house, we go, okay, I want to work. I want to go out into the world. I want to be seen and I'm willing to move or clean house or leave my hometown or make changes on the home front. In order to do that, all of this squaring Jupiter, which means you have to be really optimistic and positive about what you believe in order to make some of these changes happen. So the first eclipse is the clearing, right? Or it's reminding you of the past, or maybe you'll have dreams or memories of things from the past or past life stuff comes up. And then you won't see anything but lunar eclipses happening in Pisces. It's only going to be lunar eclipses in Pisces, not solar eclipses. So when you start seeing the Virgo eclipses come in, notice the lunar eclipse is on your south node in September. The second lunar eclipse is going to be on your north node in the 4th. So that's about more changes revolving around your home and your living situation and maybe your emotions and how that's being impacted based off of your job. I mean, literally the nodal reversal is like the past and the future, meet in the present. You make decisions about what's going to stay and what you take with you. So anytime you see eclipses on the nodes, it's pretty significant. South node is like clearing. It's like what's familiar. The north node is what's new, what we gravitate towards, what we want. I almost feel like you could have some major job changes or status changes. It really makes me feel like it's going to reroute you and give you a complete shift or change in your living situation, right? Or maybe you just decide, I don't want to work from home anymore. I want to go back out into the world. Or, I don't want to be stuck in one location. I want to go into another location and start doing work. Or I want to work with people. Or, something's going to shift. They're going to impact each other. So you're going to see like a shakeout happen with the eclipse this month. And then it's going to be rerouting you, I think, for some of the things that are going to come up in March. right? And just a big heads up to everybody. I know this sounds like crazy, but like, come on. Pisces is about seclusion, guys. Saturn is going to come into conjunction with Neptune, and there's eclipses in Pisces, and Pisces is about hospitals, and it is about isolation and separation and people freaking out. Like, I really think there's going to be a COVID 2.0 situation next year. I know that sounds crazy, but I really think that's what's going to happen in the spring. So I look at this and I have you going like, hell no, I'm not staying home. You know, like I'm going to go out into the world and do something. So you may travel or, you know, shift your belief or your philosophy or something revolving around what you're learning to kind of put you out into the world or be doing the work that you feel like more in alignment with, you know? So each of the eclipses are going to bring up both the past and the future. You just have to decide. But like, come on, North Node in your 10th house, Saturn in your 10th house, eclipses in your 10th house, 10th house Lord squaring. You know, it's like this is do or die time for your professional life and changes in your reputation. And it doesn't always have to be career. It could mean relationship with a parent, changing your status. It could mean that you're getting married or you're settling into a serious relationship. But big things are happening, and try not to fear the eclipses because they sextile your sun in Scorpio and they trine your sun in Scorpio. And that's going to help you find work, be of service, help people. You know, there's going to be some good stuff that's going to come from these eclipses. I wouldn't be so scared. In my experience, when the South Node eclipses went through my 4th house and hit my Saturn, I moved. I was like, hell yeah, I'm out of here, you know? And then it was like this really amazing thing. And like that changed, that liberation from the 4th house, that move prompted me to be able to do a lot more in regards to my career as well. I didn't realize it at the time, but that all started because of an eclipse that I had on my midheaven. So I'm looking at this one that you have coming up here, and this is what's prompting all of it. And your life might look very, very different in about 6 months' time, right? Emotionally, career, relationships, all of that stuff. Pay attention because Sag season is going to get really colorful when you start seeing those retrogrades through your 7th, because it'll square all this stuff. And you're going to see where relationship changes are going to come in. That's going to prompt you making some bigger decisions, I think, in the spring of next year. Hopefully that's helpful for you. Definitely a lot of stuff kind of going on with that. I would go and learn. I mean, I would go and learn as much as you can about your Saturn opposition. And if there has been some resistance to 4th house things like home, family, you know, taking care of relatives or putting down roots or doing some emotional work, now it's coming back up for you to reevaluate. And it's also square stuff. Interesting. So like working with clients, servicing people, relationship stuff. Now it's like, okay, who's in charge? You know, Saturn in the 10th house. What am I in control over? And I don't have to be stuck in the past, and I don't have to rely on, you know, relationships dictating or determining where I'm going. This is about you kind of being in the driver's seat now, especially with the North Node in the 10th, right? Anyway, I hope that that's helpful for you. All right, so we have, who else do we have? Okay, now we have Maya. What's up, Maya? And then we're going to do another one for Christian, and then Zen moment, and then Rhea. Sorry, I'm just like catching up on the comments here. Let's see here. Thanks, Stacy. I appreciate it. Lots of people like to hang out and listen. All right, Maya, what's going on, girl? May 29th, 1998, 3:11 p.m., San Antonio. You're near my neck of the woods. Let's see what your question is. Cool. There's a possibility that I need to make a pivot with my job career and look for something else. That means move back home too. I'm currently contemplating what I want to do long term, what my next move is. What can you tell me about my job career, my progression in cancer until 2025? But long story short, I've been committed to this job of mine since 2023. I can't help but wonder if it's the job for me, if I'm being pushed somewhere else. Okay. Also, LOL. I know I paid for a general question, but I can't help but ask when I'll find a romantic partner. Be very careful with Saturn and Neptune on your descendant. And Pluto square your Venus. Here's the deal. You know, I don't know if you've had a reading before, or if you've seen my readings, but I'm not going to sugarcoat things. Any Libra rising or late degree Virgo needs to be super mindful that Saturn and Neptune are conjunct the descendant. Okay, so Saturn represents emotions, boundaries, homes, and family, and romance. And Neptune can be bringing up some issues or some illusions in love and relationships, right? So that's happening kind of now, going in on and off next year. Can Saturn going into the 7th house bring a new reality in relationships? Sure, it can. You can meet an older person. That can happen. Saturn and Neptune are going to sextile your Mars, so much more likely you're going to be meeting somebody while traveling, or vice versa. They're in town, or there's a long distance relationship. That could happen. Jupiter's already hit your Mars, so maybe look for March and April of next year, when you have some eclipses here, that gets better. You have Saturn conjunct Venus, that's your chart ruler, so love gets better with age, and really all the way up until the time that you're getting into your Saturn return. That's when there's going to be some real hard realizations and decisions about committed relationships and love. And Mars is conjunct your Sun, it's combust, so it's within 4 degrees of your Sun, so it means it's like burnt out. You know, relationships are always like on the mind. Square the North and the South Node. You could have 2 marriages with this chart. So be very careful. Venus conjunct Saturn could be the karmic relationship, the first person you get with, and then Venus on the cusp of the 8th at 29 means there could be a critical relationship theme where you kind of grow up and then you realize you're growing out of that relationship, or you have a kid with that person, so you feel bound to them. But your second marriage would be the 9th house, where Mars is conjunct the Sun, and it means you would either meet them while traveling or while you're in the separation of the first marriage. Okay, you have free will, but yeah, that can happen here. Pluto's in opposition to your moon. Ouch. You know, it's conjunct Neptune, so there's a sense of kind of going, where am I supposed to be working? What am I supposed to be doing? And the opposition of the moon is impacting your ability to work and make changes with your career. So you're willing to make the sacrifice with Pluto conjunct Neptune and say, okay, I'll move back home, which, by the way, Libra risings with Pluto retrograde, yeah, they're having to either deal with family stuff or go back home is pretty common. So returning back home, making that sacrifice, you know, making changes in directions with your career or sacrifices is also kind of implied here. Truth is that Mars is going to go retrograde over your moon in December into the spring, and that could mean that you change directions with your career. You have somebody who approaches you, or they ask you to come and work for their company or to work for another department, or you have a friend that says, hey, I've got a job, do you want this? Could have a relationship change then too. And then Mars will go retrograde into your 10th. So my Libra and my Scorpio risings are all going to have potential job change or status changes. Now, Libra risings might get into relationships, but I'm looking at, like, you know, Mars going retrograde, it's going to square your Saturn and your Venus. So relationships will be tested, jobs will be tested, and it's going to be dependent on who's going to actually support you or give you the most money. So if you've been committed to this job since spring, you know, I think honestly, just having Pluto in opposition to your moon, which rules your career, Mars retrograde over your moon, and retrograde fully in your 10th, like, you're going to change jobs anyway. You're going to change jobs anyway. It's going to happen. So it's just a matter of when are you going to do it. I think if you have to go back home, or you need to move and you have to give a job up in the process, you know, you could do what you can to talk to them and see, is it possible for me to come back at a later time? Will you hold a spot for me? I want to leave things on, you know, kind of on good terms so I can return back, and you could use the Mars retrograde to go back. But probably once Mars hits the late degrees of Cancer in the end of October and it opposes Pluto because you've moved, there goes the job cut. And then Mars is going to try Neptune. I think you'll find something better, honestly. You might find a company that you like better when Mars is back over your moon at the end of the year and it's trying Saturn. And then you're going to have another eclipse that's going to be in your 6th house. So for a Libra rising chart, you know, the Pisces eclipse is like, oh, my schedule's changing, my job is changing, you know, I'm quitting my job. Why? I'm moving. And then the in conjunct to your moon is saying that it's just bringing up some stress about what's going to happen work-wise. But I think it's going to happen anyway. And a lot of this depends on your age. So you're 26, so you're in a 3rd house annual perfection year ruled by Jupiter. And that's going to be until next year. So probably, I would say, at the very latest, the move or a move is happening in the end of November. That's about as late as you're going to get if you're in a third house year. You're supposed to move. And you may be home for a little bit next year. But I think that it's worth making the change, and you'll probably have something better by February. And then you'll have another eclipse in your 6th house, which is going to be about some definite job and location changes. And this eclipse, look, and actually this is the one in the fall. Hold on. This eclipse, this one, sextiles Mars, and this is still squaring Jupiter. So February, March could be a job change, and then I see another opportunity for then growth within a position that you already have. That's going to be happening in September. You're right before your Jupiter return too, right? So like Jupiter going into your 9th means you might go and learn new skills, you might travel, you might develop an opportunity to kind of like work with somebody who's going to kind of give you insight into how to navigate your career. And this year, you know, Jupiter square Saturn means that we have to make cuts and sacrifices to grow and learn. I mean, it doesn't mean you have to go back to school, but you might say, well, I'm going to travel, or I'm going to take some time off, or I'm going to develop some new skills, or go to some seminars. And the more that you're actually managing your schedule and your routine, making it possible to do these things, the more successful you'll be the second half of next year. So you're going to go into a Jupiter transit in your 10th house. That's a good year. You know, you'll see a lot of career growth. So I think that I do think you're being pushed out. You may not be thrilled about going back home, and certainly Libra risings are going to deal with the whole other kind of slew of things, and you might go back and be like, this is the last time I'm going to be here. You know, I'm not going to be here forever type of vibe, in my opinion. And clearly there's something that you have to wrap up before you do that. But I think there's going to be other things that are going to come your way. Okay? Go and learn about Pluto square Venus. That's very significant for you right now. And Pluto in opposition to your moon. Girl, you're getting hit all over the place. But I think this is good changes. I think this is good. Hopefully that's helpful for you. So we've got Steven. Let's pull this up here. At least I think I had Steven in here. You're welcome. Maybe not. Let's see. And is this Gary's brother? Or is this your brother? Who is this? December 16th, 2003. Um, 1:25 p.m. So is this just question? Oh, okay, right. Here's your son. Okay, so I've got Aries rising, sun in Sag, moon in Virgo. So let's look at this eclipse for him. So this is right on his Mars. All right, very interesting. So he's got transit Neptune conjunct his Mars. Mars rules his chart. And he's got Chiron on his ascendant. How's his health? He's in the Air Force. He's heartbroken right now. Yeah, so, you know, Chiron on the ascendant is feelings of like rejection, isolation, kind of being alone. When Neptune is conjunct Mars in the 12th house, people can be really isolated, lonely. There's a lot of emotions. There's also this feeling of feeling separate or lost. An eclipse there means mom's worried about him or wanting to check in with him or making sure he's okay, because that's his 5th house lord. And then in 2 weeks, then the eclipse is in the 7th house and it's a solar eclipse. So is he going through a breakup? He said he couldn't sleep well. Yeah, so the sleep disturbances is that Being that his Mars is at a critical degree, sometimes 29 degrees feels like they're drowning, right? Like if he's taking hot showers or if he's soaking or if he's going swimming, he can feel better. But 29 degrees I have found associations with feeling like drowning. So music will help, some kind of like Reiki healing, listening to music when he goes to sleep. Like you can recommend like binaural beats can be helpful, that can help the auric field or like the emotional body. Let's see what else. And tell him to be very careful with like alcohol or anything like that. Like nothing to like numb his emotions, because we want to keep him away from that and help him process what he's processing and then kind of move through that. You can also send him like aromatherapy oils that can be helpful, that he can put on his wrists or parts of his body before he goes to sleep. That can kind of help him rest. And if he's, it sounds weird, but if he's like listening to like church music, like soul, gospel, maybe if he were to go to church, not for religious purposes, but with the eclipses in the 12th house, or like a healing center or like a spa, that would help him. Like he would feel more so relaxed there. Listening to like Gregorian chants also can be really good with late degrees of Pisces. And honestly, you know, he's going to have Saturn and Neptune on and off of his Mars for the next like year and a half. So there's going to be this feeling of like loneliness. And the more that he's meditating, praying, being by water, you know, processing this, like also being away and in foreign places, it can definitely really help him. Photos, photography, things like sending him photos, like letting him know like you miss him and staying connected with him so he's feeling involved can be really helpful too. But in 2 weeks' time, there's another eclipse on his descendant, and that's going to be about some kind of clearing in regards to relationships and changes that are going on in the relationship department, because it's the South Node. And Venus is conjunct the South Node. So believe it or not, this eclipse seems to suggest that something or somebody's leaving, but it is possible that there could be somebody new that's coming in. And he may not see it quite yet. It may not start up for a little bit. It might take a couple of weeks for this to kind of evolve. But it is possible that there could be a new relationship that can come from that within about 6 months' time. So when that becomes a full moon, it's right on his descendant, ruled by Venus, and Venus is conjunct Mars. He's going to be in a better relationship next year. Like there's going to be either somebody who's going to come back around or somebody who's going to come in that I think is a better match. So whatever is getting cleared out right now, even though it's a bummer, that kind of has to happen, you know. But he's got a very significant Mars degree. Mars at 29 degrees in the 12th house in Pisces. Like you got to really watch his emotional health. And I would be sending him music, send him videos. I would send him pictures, like things like that. That would make him still feel like he's, you know, he's got some kind of connection so he doesn't feel so lonely. And really encourage him to listen to music. Send him music and go and look up some frequencies and some binaural beats that he can be listening to when he goes to bed, because that can help him with sleeping. Or like I said, aromatherapy can be helpful as well. But usually with those transits, especially Mars is the 12th house, like if he's really struggling, you know, you can encourage him to like talk with a counselor or a therapist and help process some of the emotions and kind of work through some of the grief, because he's incredibly sensitive with some of those placements that he has in the late degrees of Pisces. Anyway, I hope that that's helpful for you. Sending him lots of good vibes. Obviously, that can be really difficult. Let's see. So I was looking for Zen. No, I'm seeing it. Elaine. So let me plug this in. We're almost done, guys. Thank you for your patience. Elaine. September 4th, 95. 2 p.m. Winnipeg, Canada. Make sure that's right. March 2nd. Okay, and then your partner.
March 2nd, 93, 10 p.m. Long Island, New York. Oh, you're 2 a.m. or 2 p.m.? 2 a.m. Okay, I'll have to change that. March 2nd, 93, 10 p.m. And what question do you have for me, Elaine? Looks like I've got you here September 4th, 95, 2 a.m. in Canada. So you're Cancer rising, Sun in Virgo, Moon in Capricorn. And I've got your partner here. That is March 2nd, 93, 10 p.m. in Long Island. Scorpio rising, Sun in Pisces, Moon in Cancer. So looking at the synastry, I put your chart on the inside and their info on the outside. Cancer rising, Cancer Mars, strong attraction, lots of chemistry, opportunity to kind of build and come together. Obviously conjunct the moon too, so that can be like really good in terms of passion and intimacy. Jupiter conjunct Mercury is good for communication. Granted, it squares Mars, but still that can feel like there is a good exchange, especially like, you know, mentally and how you guys communicate and talk. We've got North Node conjunct Juno, which can be significant for partnership. Mercury conjunct Saturn can be a little sticky here in regards to communications and how you guys communicate, because you notice that your Saturn is retrograde, so it can talk about like long distance relationships, communication, cultural differences, and Mercury is the mind, and that opposes your Venus and also your Sun, so it can feel like sometimes you're not always seeing eye to eye about relationship stuff. They've got Neptune and Uranus on your descendant, which is not necessarily all that bad because you have those placements there natally. But their Neptune Uranus, which represents unpredictability, sometimes not having a little clarity, it squares your nodes and also Mars. So is there this feeling of like the relationship is like hot and cold or back and forth or anything in regards to that? Yeah, it's 2 a.m. I got you here, 2 a.m. But there's some dynamic about this relationship that feels like it takes work. Which isn't a bad thing, but you know, the squares to the north and the south node and also Mars can sometimes be a little bit like, where are we going? What are we doing? And especially with Mars connected to your whole sign 4th house, it can be involving home or living situation dynamics as well. I usually look for synastry in the 5th and the 7th house first because I want to see, you know, is there a relationship here? You know, is it just physical or romantic? Could it be something more? Can you shed some light into this highly oppositional relationship? I'm not practiced enough to interpret progress composite charts in synastry. Well, I don't do progress composite charts in all my lives because they're too involved. I'm curious what that can reveal here with the timing of significant relationship. I've dated a Pisces before, never manifested them before, but dated a few. And my Saturn return is here coming up, and I like to start building a genuine long-term relationship. Well, you know, to be honest with you, both of you guys have placements in Cancer and in Capricorn. And I feel like with Mars coming into Cancer, what's going to be happening here for the next couple of weeks is you're going to be really adamant about being like, I want what I want, you know, when it comes to security and my needs and my future of my home or my family. And it's going to start squaring off with your nodes where there's going to be some real defining moments the next couple of months revolving around what you're feeling like you're putting, you know, your mind to. And you're like, this is what I want. And that's going to square the nodes and your natal Mars, which means you're going to be like, I want to feel like I'm more in control or more conservative more in control and being more assertive about what it is that you want.
And the problem is that it's going to oppose Neptune and Uranus, which means that could set other people off, or there could be a lot of back and forth, or it could be kind of challenging. And then you might get to about December where Mars will retrograde. You'll be like, I'm going to back down a little bit. You add that to the fact that you're a Virgo and you're going to start experiencing now South Node eclipses in your sign, which is bringing up your 7th house to your sun, which is relational partnerships, things revolving around communication. And obviously, if you have your 7th house ruler in the 10th, you can see challenges or that a partner is kind of like an authority figure. So they happen to have their Mercury and their sun very close to that. Like he could be your Saturn lesson. So Virgos are supposed to be learning about relationships and growing in relationships with the North Node, but you got to get through the spring of next year where there's going to be eclipses and retrogrades. And then I think about being a Cancer rising with the Mars retrograde, in opposition to your 7th. And like there's going to be some back and forth. You're not going to see eye to eye. Not with Mars in opposition to Pluto square your nodes. This is indicating that you're going to have to be more mindful and aware of your emotional reactions, and they need to be more willing to kind of make some necessary changes and evolve. Unfortunately, for Pisces, it doesn't matter where the planets are. Saturn and Neptune going through their sign, they're going to have days where they're really committed and days where they're not as consistent. So part of this is you guys are coming into a relationship when you're going through some major eclipses and major outer planet transits. In this chart, for him, Scorpio rising, Saturn moving through the 5th house, conjunct Mercury, is going to be about communicating and being more vulnerable and intimacy and having conversations about potentially in the future, how you would come together, how you would merge, what you need for, being more transparent with each other, talking about money, talking about kids. Like that's going to be stuff that's going to come up with the eclipses. And then you're going to see Pluto coming into conjunction with the IC square the North and the South Node, right? A lot of stuff going on here. I feel like with a chart like this, I get why you guys come together. I do. But I feel like your transits at the moment are going to make things really challenging with Pluto. Really challenging because it's still squaring your Mars, and Pluto's squaring his ascendant. Relationships in theory, between the two of you, you got a lot of trines, obviously. They've got a lot of Capricorn in their chart. Mars in the ascendant isn't necessarily bad. You can kind of rile somebody up. North Node conjunct Juno. I mean, this is where you're going to have a Mercury retrograde, which might be about reevaluating a financial investment or a physical move. And a lot of Scorpio risings are going to have big changes in their home or their living situation pretty soon. That's guaranteed because we're going to see Pluto going into Aquarius. I feel like with a chart like this, with both of you guys, that this is going to take some time. There's definitely some major reevaluation of where you stand in November, December, I think. And that's because both transit Mars, will be on your ascendant in opposition. And so you're going to be like, okay, don't come around until you figure out what you want. And it's about having conversations about the home and the living situation. And if you're giving ultimatums during that time, it's not going to work, And they're going to have a pretty big full moon in mid-November in their 7th house conjunct Uranus. And that can, being squaring all of the stuff that they have in the 4th house, that's definitely going to be a big turning point. I feel that him being a part of the Saturn and Pisces lesson. Yeah, well, yes. And also, you got Saturn in your whole sign 9th house. So that's going to be about completing higher education and plans for the future and that kind of stuff. You guys are very different. And I think that Pisces are going to be being a little bit more self-focused, unfortunately, especially a Scorpio rising where it's like, well, what's going to make me happy? What feels good for me? When Saturn goes through your 5th house, it's hard to feel lovable or hard to feel that relationships are easy because we realize we have to do work in relationships. You know what I'm saying? And your relationship with astrology just naturally with Saturn ruling your 7th on your midheaven and then Uranus and Neptune being there, until you're finished with your Saturn return, I think it's going to be more about finishing school before feeling like a relationship can really evolve, in my opinion. When that's complete and your Saturn return is done, as you're getting closer to like spring of next year, relationships may get easy. Pluto is going to fully leave Capricorn, so it's not going to be there anymore, so it's not going to be so heavy. He's not used to communicating deeper topics, but wants to. Doesn't really know how or doesn't have experience. Well, that's the Scorpio rising too, right? So, you know, the Scorpio rising aspect is like, you know, kind of, they keep their cards really close to their chest. But Saturn coming into conjunction with Mercury, and there's about to be an eclipse on his Mercury, means that there's about to be some conversations that's more depth and vulnerability and kind of getting to the core of like, what are we doing? You know, how do you feel? Where do we stand? And that's being brought on by the eclipse. Venus rules the 7th house, and you're going to start seeing that the retrogrades and stuff are going to be very, very close to Venus next year. So there almost needs to or should be a game plan in regards to relationships now, or at least like, okay, where are we in 6 months? And what is the plan? And what do we do in a year? You know, so that way when some of this stuff comes, you can move through it. Otherwise, Mars going retrograde, you know, over the midheaven, squaring stuff in the 7th house, which he will experience, is definitely going to bring up some issues revolving around changes with his status or changes with his reputation, and it's not going to play very well with some of the other fixed placements that he has in his chart. And on top of all that, Uranus is in opposition to Pluto. I mean, like, dude, that's like almost like wanting to shake him and be like, you need to open up, you know, you need to make changes. And I think by the time you get to the new year, Uranus isn't opposing Pluto, Chiron's moving off of Venus. I think things are going to be better. But I would start the process of talking about where you see yourselves going in the next 4 months, 6 months, you know, or down the road. And like, opening the door with the Jupiter square with this eclipse to having these conversations and being vulnerable. I think you might be surprised that he may actually open up, because it's supposed to be with a sextile to his 3rd, helping him find the words and kind of communicate and express where he's been afraid to kind of tell you how he's feeling, you know? And it's going to trine his Pluto, so it's going to be, you're probably going to get a lot of passion out of him, you know, or where he's like, I'm scared, but this is how I feel. You might actually start to see that kind of open up. Anyway, I hope that that's helpful for you. Home stuff, you're on a square Saturn too. You know, it's like he's like, no, I got to stay here. And like some crazy relationship comes in and it throws off everything that he thought that he knew about his home or his living experience, and it brings up change. All right, so we've got Raina. Let's see, where is she? I think I had her in here. What's up, Raina? I want to make sure I've got the right one. 9/17/78. There we go. You are the VIP. You waited till the end, girl. Let's see. So I'm having a lunar eclipse on my birthday. Any love relationships coming or anything important coming my way? Well, yeah. When you have an eclipse on your birthday, first of all, a full moon on your birthday. Let's look at this. That means that this is a year of big completions, big changes. Everything's kind of now coming to fruition. So if you look back in time when you had a new moon, it's probably a couple of years ago. Now it's developed into a full moon. So some big shift. And so the full moon is in your 10th house, career, reputation, really close to your south node, ruled by Jupiter. So it's about trusting the process of changes that are likely going to be coming, revolving around traveling, learning, professional life, anything in regards to your status. And it may be some things that you didn't see coming. But I've said for all my Cancer risings, Jupiter in the 12th brings a little bit of opportunity for faith, right? And feeling like optimistic and staying kind of in alignment with your higher self, and you're meditating, you're journaling, or you have some kind of faith-based practice that's helping kind of navigate moving forward. Good eclipse for planning trips or traveling, because it is connected to your whole sign 9th house, and it might have you feel like you're more enthusiastic and wanting to kind of be on the move. But this will be in play all year. So it is highlighting some of the natal oppositions that you have between your sun and your moon. You were actually born just after what looks like a full moon. And it sextiles Pluto in your 8th house. So that's good for change and transformation of resources right here. It is also coming into a bit of a loose trine with Jupiter in your 2nd house. So it could be work or job or responsibility change that could bring more money, right? That's the other interpretation I have. And sextiles to Uranus, shaking things up, having new experiences, networking, and meeting new people. But having an eclipse will show up in the natal chart, not the natal chart, the solar return chart. So I'm going to use your natal location. I don't know where you live, but you can use the birth city. So let's look at that for 2024. Okay. So your actual birthday will be on September 16th. And that's going to be really early in the morning. This gives you a Leo rising chart ruled by the sun. Sun's in the second house of money, resources, power, spending power. You're welcome. And the moon is in the seventh. So you're focused on security, resources, self-esteem, but there's going to be change happening with relationships. And the moon's going into the eighth, coming into conjunction with Saturn and Neptune. So this is about big financial completions, changes with money, changes with resources, what you're giving, what you're receiving. And this eclipse is connected to your eighth house, which is going to be about receiving. So benefits, bonuses, investment payoffs, inheritances, generous, gifts and things that are coming in. That could be a theme this year. It is at 0 degrees. And it looks like it's starting to come into a trine with Mars, so that can be good for relationships, networking, meeting people. But it seems very financial in this solar return chart, right? So if we put that with your natal, and we throw your natal on top, that's going to bring the North Node into your second. Gains, growth, and resources. That's going to put Mars conjunct Venus, so that's good for short distance trips, connections, communication, luxury purchases like rings, watches, trips, things connected to your car. Venus, Uranus, changes in decor and home related things. And you're going to have Moon conjunct Neptune in the North Node. So watch health of pets, health of older female relatives, which I would say anyway because Neptune is conjunct your moon, but that can be coming up. Changes in finances revolving around resources at home, refinancing things, inheritances, land, right? That kind of stuff, which is interesting because look, the full moon is happening between your 10th and your 4th house, which are these themes basically. And usually when you have like an eclipse right for your birthday, like a lot of stuff shakes out, like the week or two up into your birthday, a lot of stuff shakes out. So I don't know if that's something you've been experiencing, but I could see that as well. What I like is that you're coming into this time where you're having these really great trines to Pluto and also Uranus, where it's like, okay, change can be good. I can change my job. I can change something about my resources, or, my friends are here to help me kind of navigate through this stuff. I think Saturn in opposition to your sun maybe has had you kind of feeling like, man, I would rather be home, but there's like work and responsibility to do. I'd rather be with family. I got to be out. And you're kind of feeling pulled in two directions. And there's going to be a time for, new emergence for your professional life. You're going to see this next year with Saturn and Neptune hitting your moon, new jobs, new reputation. There's going to be new responsibilities. Something new is coming. But to me, it feels like this is about wrapping stuff up first, kind of completing things. I'm just looking at your transits. So probably there is this kind of change that's going on in your career or your, public status in some way happening March, April, May. And then these planets will retrograde over your moon. And then it's like, okay, now we're in something new. So I'm wondering what that is. Are you going to change careers? Are you going to launch a business? Are you going to decide that you want to go out on your own in some way? This is about doing something completely unexpected and fierce and probably even entrepreneurial because it's going to be in Aries. And it's already setting you up for this year with Saturn in opposition to your sun. You're like, what am I not enjoying, And how can I create something that's better and have a little bit more freedom and the opportunity to probably be a little bit more adventurous as well. And then finally, your birthday this year, so it looks like you're turning 45. So you're going into an annual perfection year 10. So that means that Mars transits are going to impact you in a very big way from September of 24 to September of 25. So for example, when you have a full moon in your 10th house, mid-October, watch for the career status job changes. And then when you get to December and your 10th house lord whole sign is retrograde, changes with work and finances or rerouting something about your work can be happening. And then that retrograde is over in March, but then you have a Mercury retrograde. So March is the month where you're reassessing and refiguring where you're working, how you're working, what you're doing, and like reemerging right when Saturn and Neptune come into conjunction with your moon. And then you're going to want to watch Mars next year. Mars is going to come into a trine with with Saturn and Venus in April. So it looks like it's going to be better for you financially, some kind of change that you've made, or maybe you're bringing in more. And then eventually you'll see Mars will come into conjunction with your 4th house. And that could be changes on the home front, but that'll be more kind of like July going into August of next year. So make sure you listen to full moon in Aries, solar eclipse in Aries in spring of 2024, Mars transits. Those are going to be all things that are important for you. But to me, full moon eclipse is like go big or go home. And in the 10th house, it looks like there's big announcements and things that you're basically going to be making at that time. So happy birthday to you. That's a big one. Make sure you set some good intentions for that eclipse. Hopefully that was helpful for you guys. Thank you. I know a lot of people stayed all the way through, so I appreciate it. The eclipse lives usually get a little crazy, but we do what we can. I'm sorry we couldn't take everybody. We can only be here for so long. But if you guys want to book a personal reading with me, if you want to get a reading and ask about your natal chart, or if you want to book a report, you guys can check out my website at beyondtheveiltarot.com. I offer reports, so for people who want or have questions about the eclipse, I do a 1-question offer on my website or a 3-question offer, and you get a response within about 10 days. So you can check that out. I also have live sessions. I am booking into November and December, so about another month, and I will not have any appointments left this year. But I will still continue to do live readings. You can catch me here Fridays. I'm usually here between 5 or 6 Pacific time. And we're here for a couple hours. So next week will be tarot. We alternate between tarot and astrology. In 2 weeks, we will be doing the solar eclipses in Libra. So if you want an eclipse reading, now you guys know I'll be here in about 2 weeks doing those. Make sure you give me a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. I'm here every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday talking all about tarot, astrology, and much, much more. So make sure you subscribe so you can get the updates to all that stuff. Big thank you to everybody who has stayed, watched, support, and continue to get readings from me. I appreciate it. I'm wishing you guys all a good rest of your weekend. Enjoy the eclipse. I hope it's a good one for you, and I will see all of you guys very soon. Take care.